Want the best? Bet with the best. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers get a $1,000 no-sweat first bet. Get up to $1,000 in free bets if your first bet doesn't win.
The Earth's gravity changes in spring, when water moves in a mass-altering dance. Maybe that's why in spring, we're drawn in new directions, pulled out of hibernation and pushed into action. So be bold, make the shift, and gravitate to greatness.
Current eligible lessees get this low-mileage lease on this 2022 Cadillac XT5 for around $469 per month. Visit your local Cadillac dealer today.
And Doug.
All right, Limo, give me a socket wrench, some pliers, and a phone open at libertymutual.com. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. And you can even save $652 when you switch. Okay, I need a crowbar and a blowtorch. Limu, call a mechanic. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I've traveled every road in this here land. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. Across the deserts bare, man. I breathed the mountain air, man. Of travel I've had my share, man. I've been everywhere. I've been to Pittsburgh, Parkersburg, Gravelburg, Colorado, Ellen City, Cedar City, Dodge City, what a pity. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere.
The Yankees are on the road again to take on the Pittsburgh Pirates, and we see the Yankees coming in as minus 205 money line favorites, with the Pirates sitting at plus 172. Tonight's over-under is sitting at 8.5. The Yankees will look to snap a 2-game losing streak, and to help them do so will be Luis Severino on the mound tonight, who comes in with a very strong 28.9% strikeout rate this year, with his strikeout prop sitting at 6.5 tonight with plus 100 on the over. He's been over the 6.5 mark in 7 of his last 10 starts and has a great matchup to continue that, as the Pirates have a 25.1% strikeout rate versus right-handed pitching, which is the second worst in the entire league. Mitch Keller will be on the mound for the Pirates tonight, a pitcher that doesn't strike out a whole lot of batters and also doesn't give up a whole lot of home runs. He does, however, struggle against righty contact hitters, so we're turning to DJ LeMahieu for 2+ total hits tonight, sitting at plus 170. He has a strong 111 WRC plus versus righties this year and continues to be in a great spot. All right, so that does it for today. We'll be back tomorrow with another Yankees update.
We continue with a look at Luis Severino's last start, courtesy of your Tri-State Cadillac dealer. It came on June 30th in that game, that one-off against Houston, and he pitched really well in that game, Jack.
Yeah, great location on that fastball to get Altuve. The changeup right there to Matijevic. Here's the one pitch he'd want back. With the bases loaded, Bregman was able to go down and get that changeup. Nearly hit a grand slam and ended up being a 2-run double. But as you said, Severino fought his way through 6 innings. Didn't have a great strikeout total, but was alert. Tucker with that foolish attempt to try and steal home when Severino was fiddling with PitchCom. And then just for good measure, he's going to strike out Tucker with a fastball. And those pitches and that location, Bob, I think the Yankees were very happy with what they saw out of Severino. The offense didn't back him up, but his effort was very strong against a very good team.
He's been one of the most consistent starters for the Yankees this year. Did that game mean a little more because it was the Astros and it was a one-stop in Houston?
The last 2 times Severino has pitched, I have found myself calling them playoff-type performances. And by that, I mean you would take exactly the way Severino pitched in that game and say, okay, duplicate that in October. I talked about the location of his pitches in that game. You talk about his emotion and going up against a very good offensive team and holding them to 2 runs across 6 innings. He made one bad pitch, and it was the pitch to Bregman. But as the Yankees peek ahead to the second half of the season and think about the postseason, you know Garrett Cole is your #1 starter. For me right now, Severino looms as the guy you want pitching in Game 2.
And I don't think this is insignificant. When he was having the problems with the PitchCom, you saw him get to that ball quickly and throw out Kyle Tucker. I mean, he wasn't expecting that. That's cool under pressure. He could have fumbled that ball, given Kyle Tucker 1 extra second to get in there. He didn't. He was right on the mark with the throw.
We've seen Severino field his position. He's an athlete. He's not a clumsy, portly pitcher out there on the mound to be taken advantage of. I thought that was a both unusual and silly play by Tucker. That's something that maybe you see at the high school level. Sometimes you see at the little league level. But as Severino said after the game, you're not going to outrun the ball. And Tucker was thrown out by a wide margin.
All right, so let's talk about Severino and where he's at right now. The 14 starts so far, 78 innings pitched. When he starts on a regular 4 days of rest this time, he's done it 3 times, pitching to a 3.3 ERA, which is good enough. But with an extra day, Jack, he's made 7 such starts, 1.88. Then he's made 4 starts of 6 or more days. So as you look at that, seems like there's a plan in place for some innings management there.
Well, it's a smallish sample size, but of course the advice to the Yankees is, well, just start them on 5 days every time, right, when you look at those numbers. But there clearly is a plan to make sure that a pitcher who really hasn't pitched regularly for an entire season since 2018, that the Yankees sneak some days off in there for him. He's had 2 starts already this year where there were 9-day gaps between one start to the other. Another start where there was a 7-day gap. So the Yankees are finding ways to steal some days off for Severino. And once again, going back to the postseason, you start thinking ahead to October. You want to make sure Severino is going to be at his best. So I expect the Yankees, Bob, to continue to do that in the second half. Find ways to give Severino a little bit of a break. You want to make sure that his arm is at its freshest and ready to go when you're playing the most important games of the year.
Let's take a look at the Pirates lineup that he will face. It is presented by Toyota. Reynolds, Sawinski, Susugo, and Gamble accounted for 8 of Pittsburgh's 9 hits last night, with Sawinski and Vogelbach each hitting homers. But, Jack, I know there's one guy you want to focus on, the guy who looks like he's mislocated on the field when he's out there, but he's not, the shortstop, O'Neal Cruz.
It's hard to take your eyes off O'Neal Cruz because of what you just said, a 6'7" guy playing shortstop. And by the way, looking incredibly comfortable doing it. He could be a small forward in the NBA or maybe a shooting guard, but instead he's out there at shortstop, and it's the athleticism, it's the power in his throws. And as I said, on a young team that is trying to find its way in Pittsburgh, that's a guy you want to build around. That's a star who kids are going to want to come out to the game and watch. So he's somebody that I'm clearly keeping an eye on.
Well, tonight the Yankees will try to avoid being swept for the first time this year in a series of multiple games. Jack is going to give us his keys to the action following another break, so stay with us.
And then why?
Okay, honey, time for bed. Your pixies can wait till tomorrow.
They're elves. Yes.
To all the fans who go deep, keep going. See where it takes you. Prime Video.
Sunshine on my shoulder makes me happy. Sunshine in my eyes can make me cry. If I had a day that I could give you, I'd give to you a day just like today, yeah. Sunshine on my shoulder makes me happy.
Travel pillows? We've been wearing them the wrong way.
Shut up. You gotta share this with Rachel.
This is how we should swaddle her. Could have been doing that the whole time.
Here's how to fold a fitted sheet.
Period.
Did you know you're supposed to twist the seasoning bottle? I'm not sure.
Twist it.
Flamingos are born gray, not pink.
Nature's beautiful.
This is how you do bone and chicken wings.
Hubba, hubba. You twist it, don't shake it. TikTok taught me.
Celebrating 50 years of Popeye's signature chicken with a deal you'll love. Now for just $6.99, takes 50 years of crunchy, juicy chicken we've been serving since 1972. Get the 5-piece while you can for just $6.99.
Yeah, buddy.
Own the elements. Quattro in the Audi Q5.
Let's go, buddy.
The Yankees pregame show on Yes is brought to you in part by Hyundai. Congratulations to Christine Drago, grand prize winner in the Hyundai Salute to Heroes contest. Enjoy the road ahead in your brand new 2022 Hyundai Tucson.
We're in kind of a wait-and-see attitude in terms of what the weather's like in Pittsburgh, whether we start on time, but we'll table that for now. And I want to ask you something that you mentioned earlier. Is Matt Carpenter starting in right for the first time in 9 years? Is that a one-off, do you think, or think the Yankees are looking a little deeper?
No, I think that's an addition. I think with the way that Carpenter has hit, the Yankees are looking for ways to potentially get that bat in the lineup more regularly. Joey Gallo is one for his last 32. Joey Gallo's tenure as a Yankee has been a disappointment. And I think as the Yankees are looking for ways going forward to make sure that they have the best bats in the lineup, Carpenter could loom as an option over Gallo.
All right, let's get your key to the game.
Bob, I'm going back to Clay Holmes. He's the best closer in baseball. He should be on the All-Star team. He once pitched in Pittsburgh. If you're the Yankees, the key is get the baseball to Clay Holmes, because that would mean you're ahead. That would mean it's the 9th inning. Clay Holmes has the ball in his hand. He's only pitched once in his last 6 days. You want him in the game.
That is it from the studio for now. We'll get you out to Pittsburgh after this as they look to be taking care of some things on the field. Ryan Rucco, Carlos Beltran with a call. Meredith reporting. Enjoy the ball game coming up.
There's really only one number that matters in sports. The number 1. That's why FanDuel built the #1 rated sportsbook app with the most popular parlays and faster payouts, with winnings hitting your bank account in as little as 2 hours. So if you want the best, bet with the best. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get a $1,000 no-sweat first bet. Get up to $1,000 in free bets if your first bet doesn't win.
2 Major League players, 2 new DQ meals. You voted for the winner.
Happy has never tasted so good. But only one new DQ burger and Blizzard meal can win. Here we go. Here we go. Yes, I knew it. My taste buds knew it. Congrats, man. You earned it.
Visit your local DQ today and try the official combo meal of MLB.
Baseball is in full swing, and DraftKings customers can bet just $5 and get $150 automatically. Win or lose. Can't argue with that, right, guys?
It's a great offer. Are you blind? It's clearly a very great offer. Yeah, it is. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you, Lord. Hello.
So, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, use the promo code, and play ball with an official sports betting partner of the New York Yankees.
Sunshine on my shoulder makes me happy. If I had a day that I could give you, I'd give to you a day just like today.
With technology that can scale across all your clouds, it's easier to do more innovative things.
Right now, new customers get a $1,000 no-sweat first bet. Get up to $1,000 in free bets if your first bet doesn't win.
Ryan Rucco welcoming you to PNC Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. As you can see, the tarp is on the field. The good news, rain had been coming down quite significantly for a while, wiped out the Yankees' opportunity to take BP, but now the skies have cleared up, so hopefully we will have baseball soon. As soon as we have more information, we will share it. But after a break, we'll get you back to the studio to Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry.
Travel pillows? We've been wearing them the wrong way.
Shut up. You gotta share this with Rachel.
This is how we should swaddle her. Could have been doing that the whole time.
Here's how to fold a fitted sheet.
Period.
Did you know you're supposed to twist the seasoning bottle? I'm not sure.
Twist it.
Flamingos are born gray, not pink.
Nature is beautiful.
This is how you debone a chicken wing.
Hubba.
You twist it, don't shake it. TikTok taught me.
The Earth's gravity changes in spring, when water moves in a mass-altering dance. Maybe that's why in spring, we're drawn in new directions, pulled out of hibernation and pushed into action. So be bold, make the shift, and gravitate to greatness.
Current eligible lessees get this low-mileage lease on this 2022 Cadillac XT5 for around $469 per month. Visit your local Cadillac dealer today.
Sunshine on my shoulder makes me happy. If I had a day that I could give you, I'd give to you a day just like today.
Well, that is PNC Park in Pittsburgh, and that is the tarp still on the field. You do see some good signs off to the upper left there, as rain is expected to continue for just a little bit before the skies hopefully clear. They're able to get tonight's game in. We'll keep you updated, but as of right now, we are in rain delay, which everybody knows because the sad tenor sax is permeating our eardrums. Anyway, good to have you back with us. Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry with you as we take you through this. And Jack, this doesn't seem like it's going to throw any monkey wrench into what the Yankees have done. On the pregame, we talked about how some guys have cooled off a little bit. So far this season, one of their hallmarks, they've seemed to get things back on track pretty quickly.
Right, Bob, they're on pace to win 116 games this season. So when you analyze the Yankees and critique some of their performances, we have to remind ourselves of just how amazing they have been playing this season. But within that 58-23, and those are some stunning numbers right there, lead the majors in home runs, they lead in ERA, their run differential also tops the majors. They're second in the majors in runs per game. Within that great run, there are some places where I think the Yankees are going to look to improve. That's what General Manager Brian Cashman's job is. He has been quoted numerous times as saying, my job is to look at that 26-man roster and figure out the places where the team can get better. So Hal Steinbrenner was asked about specifics today during his Zoom call, and he said that the Yankees haven't formally met yet. They've got about a month or so before the trade deadline. But I do envision that Cashman and his lieutenants are figuring out ways to try and make this team better, because when you have a run like this, Bob, and you have a season like this, now it all becomes about October and what you can do to make sure that it is an historic season.
All right, so some of those tweaks they might make, that was one topic for Hal Steinbrenner today. Aaron Judge, obviously another. Let's hear from Hal Steinbrenner.
A lot of games left against our division teams. And, of course, staying healthy. But, I mean, as far as individual players, individual positions, Ron, we just haven't talked about any of that yet. We got about 4 weeks to go.
Pete Caldera, go ahead.
Hey, Hal. Hey, just how are you? Just given where the team is right now, generally speaking, do you see this as maybe a unique opportunity to be aggressive, if you can be, if a deal presents itself where that calls for moving some prospects or increasing the payroll? Do you see this as a unique opportunity right now?
Well, I mean, Pete, I guess any trade deadline is a unique opportunity. But again, we haven't even begun that process yet. But I'm willing to, and Cashman and his people come to me like they do every trade deadline and say, this is what we need. We think this can bring us over the top. We're not where we need to be yet. Then I'm going to consider it. Yeah, regardless of what the deal is. Now, I am hesitant to give up top prospects. I always have been. But we've done it in the past. And, all that'll be on the table, too.
Thank you.
Go next to Bob Clappish. Bob, go ahead.
Hi, Hal. Good morning or good afternoon. Could you summarize how you feel Brian Cashman has done so far, an evaluation of his performance, and have you given any thought to a contract extension to him yet?
Yeah, we haven't even discussed that. It seems like I answer this question every year, even if his contract isn't up at one time or another. But look, I have tremendous confidence in Cash for all the reasons I've listed in the past. Good leader of his people, and very open-minded to people's opinions, very intelligent, and very well balanced when it comes to scouting versus analytics versus performance science. He's a well-balanced guy, like I strive to be. But we have not discussed that at all. But he's obviously done a great job.
Thank you.
Go next to Marley Rivera.
Good morning, Hal. Hal, is it fair to assume that, as you discussed, you're not going to, discuss any of the Aaron Judge negotiations, since your focus is a championship? Is it fair to assume that in the offseason, that would be a priority for the New York Yankees, signing Aaron Judge?
Look, Aaron is a great Yankee, and he's very valuable to this organization. He's a great leader. Obviously, he's performing extremely well this year, which we're all thrilled about. So, look, any great Yankee, yes, it's going to be something we're going to be looking at and talking about seriously. He means a lot to the organization. Nobody's going to deny that.
Thank you.
We go next to Jack Curry.
How respecting that you don't want to give updates on the Judge situation. If you talk to Yankee fans, as much as they're enjoying 58 and 23, a lot of them do ask about Aaron Judge and his future. Would you describe a level of optimism or hopefulness that he remains a Yankee long term?
Well, there's no doubt we're hopeful, Jack, that is the case. But there's a lot of discussion to be had, and I'm always willing to talk, of course. And we're going to be doing that at one point or another, but we're just not going to be talking about if that happens, if and when it happens. We're not going to be talking about anything till the season's over.
And when you look at the pace that this team is on, conveniently you're doing this at the halfway mark, so we can all do the math. 116 win pace at the beginning of the season. What were your thoughts about what this team would be, and how much have they perhaps exceeded your thoughts?
Look, I knew we had a team that was capable of great things, but I'm not going to sit here and say that I absolutely knew that they'd be off to the historic start that they are. But this is a special team, and it's not just what happens on the field itself. Year after year, we've always had good clubhouses, but this one, I mean, the leadership, the accountability, the support they have for each other. I mean, this is a real special group of guys.
Thank you.
Others who have questions for Hal. Did I see? I thought Dan Martin had a hand up, no? I don't see any hands.
Can you hear me?
Here we go. I'm sorry. My bad. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was on the wrong page. Dan, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Hal, Joey Gallo obviously has struggled since he's been here. You've seen guys just not adapt to New York. Do you think Gallo can turn it around, or does something need to happen with him?
Look, he's grinding it out. He's got the support of all of us, including his teammates, and it's been difficult for him. There's no doubt about it. But there's a lot of baseball to be had this season. So we're going to see, and I still expect great things out of him.
And just going back to Judge real quick, you guys obviously had the opportunity to sign him in the offseason. Given what he's done in the first half, is there any part of you that looks back on the offseason negotiations with regret, or wishes you had done something differently or been more aggressive with that?
No, not at all. Look, we made an offer that I feel was a very good one. It was based on the numbers, of course, but it was also based in part as what he means to this organization. It was a combination of both. And we just didn't get a deal done. We had less time, of course, this offseason than we would normally because of the lockout and all. But there's no regrets. And, we're going to be having discussions at some point.
Thanks.
Go to Andy Martino.
Hal,
around about this time last year, we were on a Zoom with you. The tone and the feel around the team and around this interview was significantly different and darker time for the franchise. And just in your view, what has improved in the 12 months since, both on the field and perhaps just in terms of if anything has changed that you feel better about in the direction of the organization from that last Zoom call with us, when there were tougher questions about the future of the manager, the GM, and all sorts of things?
Yes. Well, that's a lot. But look, clearly the changes we made in the lineup and the changes we made with the coaching staff, I think the combination of both has been a large part of this. Clearly, we improved our defense, which definitely needed it. But I'm just really happy with the additions to the clubhouse, and bringing Dylan on as a hitting coach and others. The players have really, it's slightly different ways of doing certain things with Dylan compared to hitting coaches in the past. But the players really since day one have accepted it and run with it. And, clearly our offense is greatly improved.
Thanks.
We can go next to John Heyman under an alias. You're going to have to unmute, John.
Not trying to hide. I want to ask, well, you don't regret how the negotiations were handled in the winter, and I think most of us agreed that it was a reasonable offer at the time. Would you agree you'll have to go higher in terms of the offer for a Judge based on how he's done and that he's en route to even proving his case that he should be the top paid position player?
Yeah, John, it's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical. We got 3 months, hopefully 4 months left in the season with the entire postseason part of it. And, I don't know. I don't know. We're halfway through the season. Is it a possibility? Of course it's a possibility. But cross that bridge when I come to it.
Go back to Dave Lennon.
Hey, Hal.
Hey, Dave.
I was there in spring training when we had grilled you considerably about what you didn't spend on during the winter and how the route of the improving the team was going. The way the team has performed now, does that really kind of reaffirm in your belief on how to, build a winning team? And has it, has it improved as far as, you had talked a lot more about expenses during that time. With this case, does it make you feel a little bit more like somebody mentioned aggressive or anything about improving the club?
Well, again, I'm really happy with the coaching changes we made, and I'm happy with the additions to the team. And look, we knew Isaiah would be a great defensive shortstop, and he's lived up to the billing. And to be a great team, Gene Michael always used to say, defense up the middle, right? That's something we definitely improved upon. I didn't spend $300 million to do it, but I think most people are pretty happy with Isaiah and the job he's done.
Thanks, Hal.
Go back to Bob Clappish.
I think I'm the last one, so if you don't mind, I'm going to ask 2 questions, Hal. First, have you paid any attention to the Mets' success this year, and specifically Buck Showalter, and the possibility that both teams in New York may end up in the postseason? And the second question is, I was around when your father used to come around to the clubhouse periodically. I don't know if that helped or hurt, but you're never around the stadium. We never see you in the clubhouse. I wonder why that is, and if you ever considered paying a visit.
Okay, well, let's start with the second one first. I was in the clubhouse Wednesday during the A's game. Yeah.
I was not there.
2 weeks before that for the Rays series when I was there. I'm there every homestand, 1 or 2, 3 games I'm there, and I'm down in the clubhouse, meeting with Boone, meeting with some of the coaches, meeting with the trainers. So I'm down there more than you think, Bob, but I try to avoid you. So I sneak in.
Okay.
As far as the Mets, you heard me say in March or whenever we all met last that, it's going to be a good baseball summer in New York. And to have 2 good teams is a good thing. And boy, that's what we've got. And I think meeting in the postseason, I'm all for it. It means I'll be there. All for it.
Right. Thank you.
Marley Rivera, please unmute.
Hal, if things go as you guys hope, it looks like you might be on a collision course to face the Astros again. Given the previous results, is there a degree of frustration that this is where the team is headed?
Well, I would definitely no frustration, but we all need to be concerned about Houston. They're a very good team, and the games we've played so far have been close games for the most part, and it's going to be a challenge, but it's going to be a challenge for them too. Make no mistake.
Thank you.
Go back to John Heyman. We have time for a few more.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to unmute, John.
Gotcha. I just want to ask, when you told Bob that you've been to the clubhouse a lot and you're just trying to avoid him, or you just trying to avoid you, were you talking about Bob specifically or all of us?
You and Bob, John.
Thanks, Hal.
No, look, I normally try to get down there fairly early because that's when I know Booney is not as busy, so we can sit down and pull different coaches in, and the trainers aren't as busy because the players are just getting there. So oftentimes you're going to see me, if it's a night game, get down there around 2 or 3. I don't know where you guys are at that point, but I don't run into you much. But I'm always happy to. I'm just kidding, John.
Okay.
We'll take the last 4 in queue. Eric Boland.
Al, what is your evaluation of the season Judge has had so far?
I mean, he's been phenomenal, and not only his play on the field, but his leadership has been phenomenal. He's a guy that's confident, great talent, and he believes in himself, and that's what you're seeing this year. And we're all thrilled.
Thanks, Al.
Christy Acker, please unmute.
Hi, Hal. Jim Crane had some comments about the Yankees and Brian Cashman. I know Brian responded. I'm just wondering if you responded and if that was addressed on an ownership level.
I did not respond. Look, this is history as far as I'm concerned, and I'm not going to relive history. I'm looking forward, not backwards, and I'm going to be looking at the Astros because, as has been pointed out, we're probably going to be playing them in some pretty big games. But as far as all that, nothing really to say.
Thank you.
Take the last 2, Ron Blum.
Al, as someone who went through the negotiations and has been around a while, what can be done from your standpoint or baseball standpoint? And are you upset by the teams that have received revenue sharing and have pared payroll and jettisoned people and seem to be either pocketing the money or using it in a way that people can't figure out?
Well, look, I think the agreement that we came out with in the end, after a lot of work, was a fair agreement for all. All clubs have different struggles, different problems that they face on a yearly basis. But I think the deal we came out with was fair. And I am a believer in competitive balance. And, we need to continue for the sake of the fans. And I think I talked about this, maybe you had, well, I don't think you were there in March. For the sake of the fans, we need to make sure that there are no teams whose fans show up at spring training knowing they have no chance of making the playoffs. That's not good for the industry as a whole and for baseball as a whole. So we need to continue to strive. And I think we've made the last 5-10 years, if you look at the teams in the playoffs or in the playoff hunt, I think we've made good progress, but we're not where we need to be yet. I think most owners would acknowledge that.
Thank you.
Take a last one from Dan Martin.
Hal, what do you think you guys need to do, if anything, to become a championship caliber team roster-wise?
Again, Dan, my opinion right now doesn't matter because I rely on my people, and we haven't even begun those discussions. You can never have enough pitching. We've obviously had some injuries in the bullpen, but at the same time, we got Loaizaga coming back, Britton after him. So we're going to have some additions even before the trade deadline, probably with Loaizaga if all goes well. But we're just going to have to sit down in the war room here in Tampa, as we always do, a week or 2 before and really start hashing out what needs to change if we believe we're not good enough. And we'll go through that process as we do every year.
So a lot of ground covered there with Hal Steinbrenner this afternoon. Just want to update you, no word yet from Pittsburgh on when the game might start. They're obviously, as we always talk about, hoping for a window coming up, but we'll keep you updated. In the meantime, he covered a lot of ground, but there were a lot of questions about Aaron Judge, and it sounds like things, at least for now, are tabled till the end of the season.
I was on that call with Hal Steinbrenner, and the first question that he received in that Zoom call was from Eric Boland of Newsday, and it was about Judge. And the Judge question questions did continue throughout the call, and Hal gave some insight into what has happened and perhaps even what may happen down the road. But I think the big takeaway, Bob, was everyone's just going to have to be patient. Everyone would love to know today, is Aaron Judge going to be a Yankee next season and for many seasons to come? Aaron Judge doesn't know the answer to that right now. Hal Steinbrenner doesn't know the answer to that. Thought it was interesting that Hal Steinbrenner said he does not regret the offer the Yankees made, the 7-year, $213.5 million offer. The Yankees were content with that offer. I talked to some baseball executives who at the time also said that was a very fair offer. Judge will be a free agent at the age of 31. He turns 31 next April. But Judge bet on himself, Bob, and that's where this gets interesting, because he said no to that offer, and he said he didn't want to negotiate during the season, and the Yankees are honoring that. And now he's having an MVP type season. So where do the numbers go? Where do the negotiations go? Again, everyone's going to have to be patient and going to have to wait. And in the meantime, Judge is trying to help make sure the Yankees get to the playoffs and potentially win a World Series, which is where Steinbrenner said the focus needs to be.
On the pregame, we talked about how over the last 11 games his numbers have cooled, but let's take a look at Judge's American League ranks right now. We know he's first in the majors in home runs, obviously first in the American League, second in runs batted in to Jose Ramirez, first in runs, and third in slug. Now, I don't think anybody denies that Judge wants to stay a Yankee, that the Yankees want Judge to stay around. But if the mantra from really both sides is let's wait till the end of the season, those numbers could change. They could go up, costing the Yankees more. They could go down. You got to wait and see.
You have to wait and see. And again, even if conversations were to occur, we might not be privy to them. Both sides could have a conversation on August 10th, for all that we know, and say, let's keep this quiet until a deal perhaps happens. But I think Judge is going to stick to his words, Bob. He said, if I don't have a deal by opening day, I'd rather not talk about it during this season. And now he's going out and having an MVP-type season. So I remember when this news broke on opening day, you and I were working with John Flaherty, and he played in the major leagues for 14 years, and he said, I've seen players who have bet on themselves. Some it worked, some it didn't work. Well, you would say right now, halfway into the season, it has worked for Aaron Judge, because though Hal Steinbrenner would not answer the question about whether or not the number goes up because he said it was a hypothetical, I think there is a belief around baseball that Judge has increased his value. So again, we'll see where it goes. And in the midst of an historic season, Judge is having his own great season.
Listen, he has helped himself. There's no doubt about that, Jack. But think about the ways that he's helped the team. The leadership, according to guys in the clubhouse, has always been there, right? But he moved to center field. He has solidified center field, made it very comfortable. He's tightened up that defense up the middle. That's another thing that Hal Steinbrenner addressed. Kiner Falefa. Glaber's better at second. You got Judge in center. There's some good things happening there defensively up the middle.
I thought it was interesting that Hal Steinbrenner referenced Gene Michael, of course, former Yankee player, manager, general manager, super scout, everything that he did with the Yankees, and talking about being strong up the middle. And Bob, I couldn't have said it better than you just did. Judge is an elite corner outfielder, somebody who should have won a Gold Glove by now. Well, suddenly you slide him over to center field, and he looks even more comfortable, and he looks even more powerful. And a guy who just, as a 6'7", 280-pound guy, is just gliding across the outfield. And by doing that and playing that position, he has opened up so many other lineup options for Aaron Boone. And I do think that leadership is a big part of what he has brought to the Yankees. Hal Steinbrenner called him phenomenal on and off the field. And you look at the Josh Donaldson episode that happened earlier this year with Tim Anderson, and Aaron Judge spoke about that in the clubhouse and said that he didn't agree with what Donaldson had done, even if it was something that was a joke. Well, everybody else in the clubhouse hears that, and then you step in line and you say, okay, you had a difference of opinion, that happened, and now when Judge hits a home run, who's one of the first guys who's up there doing his little home run celebration with him? It's Josh Donaldson. I'm not going to do it, Bob, but it's a little bit of a jump shot thing that I'm not going to. I can't do it. I don't have. I was a better baseball player than basketball player.
You know what? Let the players handle that. We'll just talk about the game. Now, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's another aspect of that leadership that we talked about. And Hal Steinbrenner addressed that as well. There's some really good, positive leadership that's inside that clubhouse right now. I would imagine there were players in that clubhouse that probably said, Aaron Judge, thank you for saying what you said so directly about Josh Donaldson. But there are other players, too, and the kind of veteran guys that they brought in, and Anthony Rizzo, for example. And I've heard people in the past say, well, you don't have to have a great clubhouse, you just have to win. I've never believed that. You have to be comfortable and like those people in that room because you live with them for 7 months.
Yeah, I think that you want to walk into that clubhouse every day feeling welcomed, feeling as if that's your sanctuary, feeling as if that's your second family. Now, I would say something that an old grizzled veteran ball player told me when I first started out as a baseball writer and asked him a question about chemistry. And he said, do you know what chemistry is? Chemistry happens once we start to win. And I agree with that. But when the Yankees are winning at the rate that they are winning, well, the chemistry and the camaraderie, it should be off the charts. And I do think when you bring in somebody like Rizzo helped the Cubs end the longest hex in Major League history. 108 years without a World Series title. There was Anthony Rizzo living every inning of that, every moment of that. When you come to a new place and you can talk about that experience or give advice or guidance to other players, that has to be valuable. And as far as Judge goes, Bob, there are superstars who are silent superstars, who go out there and get their 2, 3, 4 hits a game. And if the team loses, they go to their locker and they get changed and they say, maybe we'll get him again the next day. Judge is not that player. Judge is the type of player who will get in their player's face, who will say something to a teammate about getting better. And I do think there is a lot of value in having a superstar who acts that way.
All right, so we're getting reports from Pittsburgh, 8:15 or thereabout first pitch, so hang with us here on Yes. Got a lot of rain delay coverage. I'm glad we talked about Rizzo because we know at least for last night's game and tonight's game, he's on the shelf with a little bit of a back that just can't quite loosen up. Don't expect it to be a long-term thing, but prior to the game today, Aaron Boone talked to the media and Meredith about Anthony Rizzo.
What's the latest on Anthony? Clearly not that.
Doing better today. So we'll see. You know, again, this is kind of something that he's talked about. He's had, you know, seems like once a year where it's just this day-to-day thing. Improvements today, obviously not good enough to be in there, but hopefully continue to improve with the rehab and things that he's doing in there today, and we'll see where we're at, you know, game time, and then obviously tomorrow and into the weekend.
So would you consider using him off the bench at all?
I don't know. At this point, no, but, you know, that said, he's, you know, I'm sure he's going to be doing hours of treatment, and so we'll see where we're at.
Is he going to do anything baseball activity?
I don't believe he's coming out. If anything, he'll do some things underneath if he gets to that point, but as of now, no.
Aaron, how would you describe how he feels today compared to yesterday in terms of the dramatic?
Better. I would say definitely better. Definite improvements. I mean, he looked like an optical illusion yesterday when I saw him. He was all kind of twisted up. So I think he's definitely better today.
He didn't go for any testing or anything?
No.
Aaron, you've gone from using Matt Carpenter in a pinch in the outfield to starting him. So what's transpired there?
You know, we've been working him out there the last couple weeks, you know, getting some work out there, and just, you know, he's been so impactful when he's been in there that, you know, feel like this is a game to try it, you know, smaller right field out there. And, you know, I know he's looking forward to getting out there and doing it. So, want to see what we have out there, you know, and, you know, see if it is something that from time to time that we could do.
What product of how effective his bat has been?
Yeah. Yeah.
What tells you he's capable in the outfield?
I think there's no apprehension on his part, which is good. You know, I think he's looking forward to getting out there and, you know, let's roll. And but we'll see. You know, I mean, you know, hasn't been out there in a long, long time, and obviously an infielder pretty much his entire career. So, you know, it's a little bit of a challenge. I remember we did it with Neil Walker in 18. We put him out there a couple times, and he was able to hold his own, you know, in Yankee Stadium right field. So, you know, just want him to go out there and catch what's hit to him.
Was this your idea, one of your coaches, or did he come to you about this? How did that start?
No, we talked about it, coaches and I, probably a couple weeks ago, just to like, hey, let's start getting some work out there just to have it in the bag. in case like the other day popped up where, need to put him in there just to have that maybe added level of versatility. How much I'll start him out there, I don't really know. But feel like today's a good day to try it.
Aaron, you've always been incredibly positive, but you're at the halfway point of this season. What do you think's going on with Joey Gallo? He just hasn't hit any of those hot streaks.
I think it's just been a challenge because, because of the struggles he's had. I think that's weighed on him, frankly, and he just hasn't ever really gotten in that good groove to where we know he's certainly capable of, and certainly keep hoping he can get to that point to where he has some, small successes that turn into more longer-term successes, and to do what he's capable of, especially how good he is defensively. Just working hard to try and get that out. But I think it's the biggest thing is it's been that kind of weight on him walking up there night in and night out, kind of feeling that burden. And, we talk about all the time, at the plate, we talk about early in the season kind of getting off to that start, getting those firsts out of the way, can start to weigh on you. You start chasing the results, and that can get you into trouble.
When do you say this is who he is now, and the old guy may not be coming back, because you've seen it for what's equivalent to a whole season?
Yeah, we're not saying that because the talent's too real, it didn't go away. He's a young man with tremendous skills and tremendous ability and work ethic. So you never want to close that door.
You mentioned the defense. Some players, when they struggle, can take it on the field, maybe labor at times, younger player. But it looks like he's played a better outfield and two positions in the outfield this year. Is that to his credit that he's, as bad as he struggled, it seems like he's played a pretty good outfield for you. Made a lot of great plays.
Yeah, you can count on one hand the corner outfielders that are as good as him, and if that. It's a credit to him. This game is, it's beating him up here, this year and the back half of last year. And, to his credit, he's never stopped working. He's never stopped looking for answers and trying to get things going because he does know he's capable of. So, yeah, it's a credit to him.
Do you think there's some guys that struggle to play in New York, and is he a guy that maybe is still adjusting for that? Clearly, some of the negativity has bothered him at times.
Yeah, I think it's definitely been a big adjustment for him, no question. And, that does happen from time to time. I think we run to that a little bit too much sometimes, frankly, but I definitely think coming over here was a difficult adjustment for him, and something that he's continued to work very hard to overcome, and we're going to continue to support that.
Aaron, now that you guys are headed to Boston for the first time this season going to Fenway, is it surprising to you how late this is?
Yeah, it is. But, I feel like we'll be sitting here next year and be asking the same question about maybe another team. Is it weird going this late? So there's always those one-offs. But, yeah, definitely a little odd that we didn't play any cold weather games in Boston this year. But always looking forward to go to Fenway, and, especially this time of year. Should be a lot of fun.
Aaron, you come to town. It's no surprise this place is packed for the first time since 2019. Do your players tend to feed off of that? Every game is a big show when you guys are out there on the road, especially with these venues where you don't come very often, or is it at all fatiguing to get the other team's best shot? You're the World Series game every time you come to town.
I think we're used to that. I think generally speaking, yeah, it is something that our guys enjoy and feed off a little bit, and we do, take a lot of pride in understanding that we probably more often than most do get somebody's best shot on a given night. And that's part of playing here, and one of the privileges of playing here is that you get to play in front of great fans at home, obviously, where they show up in droves to see us, but when we're on the road, and especially in places that we don't go very often, it does seem to create a buzz, in the stadium, but in the city as well, and we welcome that.
It's almost been 3 months since you saw the Red Sox. How are they different, do you think, looking ahead?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they've turned things around after getting off to that the first month or month plus where they were struggling a little bit. They're starting to play like who they are. Really good offensive team that does a lot of really good things offensively. They'll probably slowly start to get some people back, whether it's Evaldi and Sale, and those guys obviously can be game changers. They're going to get Whitlock back to their bullpen. So, it's not surprising they're playing well and have put themselves right back in the middle of the race. I think they're reverting to the back of their baseball card, as a team of who they are. And, you'll have your hands full, especially in Fenway.
Are you a different team than you were the last time you saw them?
I don't know. Hopefully we're better. Hopefully we've evolved, and, no matter how well the season's going or whether you're going through a tough stretch or whatever it may be, you want to continue to grow and get better as a team. And, I think obviously we've been pretty solid from the start, but hopefully, at least on the margins, hopefully we continue to always improve.
Aaron, do you have any first impressions of the other 6'7" guy on the field tonight?
Of the what?
The other 6'7" guys on the field tonight.
Oh, O'Neill?
Yeah, how tough is it to play shortstop for being 6'7"?
I don't know. You got to ask him that. I mean, he's a pretty special athlete, and understandably he's created a lot of buzz here and around baseball. Just with, his physicality, you don't see that size pretty much ever at shortstop, and to have that kind of arm strength, the kind of pop off his bat, the way he moves, the way he runs, he's got a chance to be a really good player.
Aaron, if you look up and down your lineup, there are like 7 or 8 guys right now who are in a 10, 11 game stretch where they're seemingly ice cold. Yet, during this stretch, you guys have still managed to win games. Do you think about it and say, hey, we're still winning and this is going to turn, this is going to regress to the mean, or is it a concern the way you guys have been hitting over this stretch?
No, we've been a good offensive team most of the season. There's going to be ebbs and flows where you go through times where you have a little bit of a downturn or an upturn. I expect that to continue. I expect us to be one of the best offensive teams in the league in the second half of the season. That's our expectation. But I think one thing we've tried to really focus on going back to spring training and throughout this first half of the season is being able to win games in a lot of different ways. And we've been able to do that. And I think the guys have developed a level of confidence because of that. It's not always going to be perfect, and you got to find ways when it's not.
Well, that's where the Yankees are at right now. They did try and come back last night. They couldn't do it. We did see comebacks in the first 2 games of that Guardians series. But, Jack, the 3rd game of that series, they were 1 hit. And the last week, they've been no hit. So there are some things going on offensively. For what would you call this? Is this their first look at adversity, or is that a little too harsh?
No, I think within a 58-23 season, you can still have adversity. And we've talked about it. Across their last 21 games, they're 14-7. You would take that every time, winning 2/3 of your games. But within that streak, as you just referenced, there was a no-hitter. There was a 1-hitter on Sunday. There was another game where they were no-hit for 6 innings. Granted, they did come back and win. So the Yankees have been a juggernaut that has also hit a couple of potholes. And within this season, I think Boone is showing his strength as a manager, Bob, because he is the eternal optimist, and he will find positives and he will find reasons to be optimistic. Even today, after a tough loss to the Pittsburgh Pirates, again, you're on pace to win 116 games. It's tough to get 2 down after a loss, but I don't think the Yankees expected to swoop into Pittsburgh and lose a game to the Pirates, Well, Boone was in the dugout, and he grabbed the Yes Network microphone and was basically imitating reporters, asking him questions, and then giving the answer as well. So I know he's got some TV experience, but you could tell that he was having a little bit of fun before the press conference actually got started, and that's the ability to just turn the page. You lost one game, okay, you come back today and you try and make sure that the performance is better and avoid the what would be the second 3-game losing streak of the season for the Yankees.
Now, one of the keys for the Yankees, the specific player, Joey Gallo, and maybe their entire support staff is how do we get him in that good mental place? Aaron Boone was asked about him, Jack. It has been an absolute grind for him physically and mentally. This season in 66 games, just a 165 average, 9 homers, 18 runs batted in. You mentioned this earlier, 1 for his last 32. And he wears it. You can see it. When Cameron Maybin was in here over the weekend, he talked about body language, and his body language just screams, I am struggling right now, and I can't figure my way out of this.
This is the endless dilemma for the Yankees. How much longer do you continue to give Joey Gallo opportunities? We showed you those stats right there. He has struck out in 40% of his plate appearances. When the Yankees acquired him, they knew who Joey Gallo was. Walks, strikeouts, and home runs were part of his game, a huge part of what he was going to do offensively with Gold Glove defense in the outfield. But he's right now on pace to hit 18 homers and drive in 36 runs. This is a guy who has a couple of 40-homer seasons on his resume, and last year hit 38 home runs, 25 with the Rangers, 13 with the Yankees. So at least when you're getting the power, you could deal with some of those strikeouts, but the Yankees aren't getting the slugging percentage that he had in Texas. It's about 150 points lower here. They're not getting the batting average that he had in Texas, which was already flimsy. It's about 50 points lower here. And I think Cameron Maybin is absolutely right. You watch Gallo after these performances, and it is a struggle, and he returns to the dugout, and it's exasperating to not have some of the success that you're used to having. I think very simply when you look at his swing and you look at what he tries to do at the plate, he is very susceptible to four-seam fastballs, and pitchers have figured that out, and pitchers will throw a steady diet of four-seam fastballs, and the way that Gallo's swing elevates, it's going to be very hard for him to hit that pitch if it's a little bit above his swing path. It's why Paul O'Neill, when he talked about the hitter that he was, he said he wanted his swing to be like Ted Williams' swing, which was more level through the strike zone because you're covering more of the strike zone for a longer period of time with an elevation as you finished off the swing, so you get some of that elevation and you get the ball in the air. It's been a struggle for Gallo, Bob, and I don't know where the Yankees turn in terms of if he doesn't find it soon.
Well, isn't that part of the source of the frustration? You work with hitting coaches and you look at video to make subtle tweaks that will improve what you're doing. Gallo just seems to constantly say, this is who I am. This is my swing. As if there's no attempt to change anything. I talked to Cameron Maybin about this. I said, why don't more guys take a two-strike approach like Anthony Rizzo does? If it's choking up that much on the bat, nothing else is working. Give it a shot. He just doesn't seem to be adaptable.
What was Cameron's answer?
He said, yes, please. Please, more guys do that.
Yeah, because you watch what Rizzo does, and Rizzo is a power hitter. Look at the numbers that he's put up this year for the Yankees, and you said it perfectly, Bob. He gets to 2 strikes. All of a sudden, it's about putting the ball in play. It's about making contact. He can still hit home runs when he's choking up on the bat. Go to YouTube right now and look at how much Barry Bonds choked up on the bat. It was about getting the bat through the zone with great bat speed. I think Joey Gallo is entrenched in who he has been as a hitter, and he has had a lot of success as a major league hitter in terms of power. Now, the strikeouts have always been there. The Yankees knew that. They have continued to be there. But earlier this season, he did an interview with Meredith in spring training where he kind of laid out the groundwork of what you just said, Bob. He said, this is who I am as a hitter. This is who I have always been as a hitter. There's going to be a lot of strikeouts, but there's also going to be walks, and I'm also going to put the ball out of the ballpark. But there have been a lot of lean moments for Gallo this season, and I think the Yankees, very analytically driven organization, are saying there's got to be some regression to the mean for Gallo. There's got to be a streak where he's going to go on and hit 8 home runs in 10 games, but we haven't seen evidence of that coming.
So we mentioned the 9 homers, 18 runs batted in. Those numbers would be better if he was earning consistent playing time, which obviously he's not. So Yankees have to look elsewhere. They have a pretty nice rotation of being able to use Judge in center, use Stanton in the outfield. But tonight they're trying something a little different. They put Matt Carpenter out there in right field for the first time for him in the majors since 2013. They know he can field his position. What they didn't expect was probably, I think this is fair to say, what he's given them with the bat.
Hey, I agree with you, Bob. He's 14 for 46 as a Yankee. That's over a 300 batting average. He's got an on-base percentage of over 400. He's got a slugging percentage of over 800. And he's got 8 home runs. He's right behind Gallo, one behind Gallo with far fewer plate appearances. So I think what you're seeing tonight is not just a, hey, let's see if Matt Carpenter can play right field, and this is a one-shot deal, and there are those numbers that we just referenced. I think this is a potential solution for the Yankees in terms of having one more bat in the outfield. And if Matt Carpenter can handle the outfield, he's given you far superior at-bats to what Gallo has given you. And you could play Carpenter for 7 innings, and if you're ahead in the game, you could bring Joey Gallo in as a defensive replacement. So I don't think this is something that just cropped up in a Yankee coaches meeting with Aaron Boone and somebody said, why don't we give Carpenter a shot out in the outfield? I think this is something that has been talked about and something that the Yankees could continue to do going forward because Carpenter's at-bats have been that impressive.
Are they looking at the calendar a little bit? Trade deadline coming up. It's August 2nd this year. That's a little less than a month to figure out, is Joey Gallo going to catch lightning in a bottle? Can we rely on him more? Or do we have to go more with a Carpenter and maybe pull the ripcord on Gallo?
Right, and I think that's exactly what the Yankees are doing because there are some outfielders out there. We've heard discussions about them. Brian Reynolds, the Pittsburgh Pirates center fielder, you hear his name in trade rumblings, but as good as he is and as young as he is and what you would get before he becomes a free agent in terms of service time and how much you'd get of him, that's going to cost you a lot of prospects. We've heard about Benintendi with the Royals, Happ with the Cubs. So if you're the Yankees, see what Carpenter can give you. We know the Yankees are monitoring the trade market and trying to figure out where they need to go. They're in great position. They're in the best position of anybody in Major League Baseball right now. So as they continue to have the best record in baseball, they can try and figure out, okay, how do you correct some of these flaws? How do you shore up the areas where you feel that you have weaknesses? And with the fact that Hicks and Gallo have not performed to the level that they were expected to, you could easily see the Yankees trying to do something to bring in an outfielder.
All right, so as the Yankees came into this series with Pittsburgh, there was a different storyline, right? It was 3 Pittsburgh guys going back, Garrett Cole, Jameson Taillon, and obviously Clay Holmes, who has become a much different pitcher now with the Yankees than he was with Pittsburgh. Let's hear from Clay Holmes with Meredith and the media yesterday.
Feels good. I feel like it just wasn't too long ago, but it's been cool. It's cool to see the, I don't know, just familiar places and some faces, and I don't know, get to come back with J-Mo and Garrett's pretty, you know, kind of special too. So I'm enjoying it so far.
Were you with the group that went to the Clemente Museum?
Yeah.
What was it like to take a new group of guys through that? I know you've probably been a couple times in the past.
Yeah. Just knowing, I mean, how special that place is and the time and effort Dwayne's put in it, and just the meaning behind it. I was excited. I was, you know, hoping as many people win as they could. So it was a great night. Dwayne does just a great job of hosting. Told the story of Roberto Clemente, you know, really well, like he always does, and it was just a fun night for us.
Garrett's eyes kind of lit up when he was asked about his time here and all the firsts that he had here. When you think about your time here, what stands out the most?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, just when I was first drafted in 2011, this was the place where I was trying to be and play, and this was like, this was the big leagues for me, and it's the place I wanted to play, and, you know, just coming back here just brings back a lot of memories, just even from the minor leagues, for being here so long. Just so many good people that even come and gone that are still here. Just kind of, you know, even some of the guys that aren't here, just sending them a text and, you know, just telling them I'm thinking of them. Just because so many people has had an impact on, you know, me and my career, and kind of, you know, really helped me to get to the point where I'm at, you know, at today.
How did you feel about the trade then, and how do you feel about the trade now?
Yeah, I mean, I was pumped up to go to the Yankees then, and I'm still happy to be here. This is I love it here, and I knew there was obviously a chance that Trey could go down, and I don't know. I mean, it's just very grateful that it was to the Yankees, and it's excited to be on this team.
How would you turn yourself into the best reliever in baseball since you
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a lot of things going right, and I was starting to figure some things out kind of at the right time, and things were, I feel like, slowly starting to come together and figure out, I don't know, just how good my sinker could be and kind of how to make it a little more consistent. And I don't know, I think the trade and just the change of scenery kind of just added some confidence and maybe a little extra belief to some of the things that we're doing, and I don't know, started throwing a lot more strikes. I knew, even here that if I cut down the walks, things could probably be a lot better. And they kind of started happening in New York. And yeah, I mean, just pounding the zone, the sinker, and getting ahead has been kind of the key to the success for me, I think.
What tools did you use, or what perspectives did you get, maybe from others, that helped that pitch evolve to the point where it's at now?
Yeah, it's definitely a unique pitch. I think just learning kind of what makes it so good is it's not very easy. It's I don't know. I had kind of a unique, release, and it's almost like I cut the ball with a sinker. So just figuring out that right release and how to spin the ball, and also how to play catch with it. I've played catch with some marked balls that kind of help just see the spin of it. When I'm throwing off the mound, having some immediate feedback with the TrackMan and the slow motion cameras to just kind of pair the right release and kind of where I want to start it to the best movement. I think just learning that and then able to know what I need to repeat and have full confidence in it. It's been a process that's I don't know, it's just kind of been something in the works for a year or so now, and I think things are just finally starting to come together with it.
Was that Blake that helped you with that primarily?
There's a lot of people. Those guys over there, Blake and Harkey and our assistant Desi. There's been some people that doesn't work in pro ball. There's been quite a few people that have I've asked for just their opinion, their help. And so, there's been some definitely some great help, here with Matt Blake, but there's been a lot of people I think that have helped just the learning process to continue that. I think.
Keller said that when he did his sinker this year, you were the first person he called. What'd you tell Mitch about it?
Yeah, he mentioned he was throwing a sinker, and I don't know, just knowing a little bit about him and his fastball and kind of where he was at with it. I don't know. I didn't think it could hurt him to try it. And definitely with his spin efficiency, I thought it was something that could be a decent pitch. So I don't know. I was pretty excited just to see that he wanted to see where it went. And I think he could have a pretty good one. I mean, obviously, just learning something on the fly in the season is not the easiest thing. So, I mean, it just shows to him just kind of his. I don't know, just his desire to be good and his sense of urgency. He knows that, I don't know, he's willing to try anything, and he's so talented that I think he has a pretty good chance of, making adjustments on the fly like he has done.
Clay, I remember you telling me that the first person you met down in Pirate City when you first signed with the Pirates was Garrett Cole. I mean, think about how far you guys have come since then. You sitting here, both of you are, all-star worthy, I would say, this season. What's been the key for you? Is there a couple, key things that kept with you the whole time that have allowed you to find the success you've had?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think about that, some. And it's pretty cool. Just being 18, and I flew here from PNC down to Pirate City, and get to my room, and a few hours later, Garrett shows up. And the first thing he wanted to do, we had some small talk, introduced, and he just wanted to go play catch and do some running and get on the field. And it was a Sunday at Pirate City where, nobody was there. It was an off day. So it was just us out there. And I just remember I don't know, just the thing about Garrett is, he was, fresh off of signing 1-1, and he just wanted to get better, and it's just kind of who he is, and he hasn't changed. He's the same guy, that he is right now, and it's, I think, just that desire to keep learning, to keep getting better, to evolving is what, honestly, it makes him so special, and it's something that's, honestly, the reason I'm still here, I think. I don't know, there's been some times that haven't been so great for me, but it's something that I've taken upon myself just to keep trying to get better and keep learning from, whether it's been good or bad, and I don't know, it's pretty cool just to see maybe a little bit of it is starting to pay off, I think, now.
You overcame bumps in the road throughout your minor league career. What do you recall from your major league debut here in this stadium? What were your emotions like that night?
Yeah, I remember it was kind of a cold, rainy night against the Reds. It was cool, it's just spending so much time with the organization and being around so many people that poured into me over here. It was special, and I think that there's been a lot of great people with the organization with Pittsburgh, and some friendships I'll always have, and I think just when you have a moment like that when you make your debut here, it's definitely nice to experience it, but you realize just how many people have been around you and kind of helped you along the way to get to that point. And something this place will always be special to me for that, and the people over there will definitely always mean something to me just because how much they've helped me.
You saw J-Mo go through some of those frustrating injuries that keep pitchers out of action for a long time. To see him have a season like he's having right now with the Yankees, I know it's coming after he was traded, but what's it been like to see him have that resurgence?
Yeah, it's I think anybody that knows J-Mo is super just happy and proud for him. He's a guy that he's always he just always does the right thing. He's always there for others. Just a great guy to be around, and for somebody like him to finally have some success that I think a lot of people knew he could have has been cool. Like I said, he's overcome so much. I think it makes it that much more special to him and those people around him. And he's just I'm just, I don't know, thankful I get to watch it up close and personal again. So, I hope he continues to do what he's doing.
Well, a good trip back to Pittsburgh for all three of those players, Cole, Tyone, and for Holmes as well. And you look at how things changed for him. An ERA of 5.5 in 91 games with Pittsburgh, more of a middle reliever, obviously. But now, Jack, he has morphed into a late game and now closer. He has locked that spot up for now with how good his stuff has become.
Yeah, his sinker especially. He threw his sinker about half the time with the Pirates. He got to the Yankees. They helped him make that an even better pitch. He now throws it about 3/4 of the time. And when he talks about that pitch, he talks about not only does it sink, but it cuts. He throws it about 98 miles an hour. You look at Greg Maddux, who rode his two-seam fastball to the Hall of Fame. He threw it in the high 80s. It had incredible movement. Think of a left-handed batter in the batter's box. Think of a righty in Greg Maddux throwing his sinker, almost looking as if it was going to hit the batter in the hip and then diving right over the strike zone. Now add 10 miles to that. And yes, I am comparing Greg Maddox's sinker to Clay Holmes' sinker. I think Greg Maddux would even look at Clay Holmes' sinker and say, what is that? What is going on with that pitch? He's got some cut and some sink to it, and it's just, at times, very often, looks like an unhittable pitch.
You know, they talk about having team MVPs. You would certainly say it's Aaron Judge for the Yankees overall. You have to have Holmes in the conversation because as Aroldis Chapman struggled, went on the IL, who locked down that spot and took care of a lot of saves. I mean, well, he's at what now, 17, 16 or 17 so far for this Yankees team.
Yeah, it just has been an absolute certainty at the end of games for Aaron Boone, and the guy who the Yankees can't displace. Aroldis Chapman has had a wonderful career as a closer. He will continue to contribute to the Yankees this season. But for the second half of the season and wherever the Yankees advance in the postseason, Clay Holmes is their closer. People should stop asking Aaron Boone that question. That's not going to change. That's how good he has been. And you're right, Bob, after an injury to Chapman, it actually ended up being a benefit to the Yankees to allow Holmes to move into that position, to do it so comfortably, and to combine with King to give the Yankees a 1-2 at the end of games. That reminds me of Rivera and Wetland in '96.
15 saves on the season. You want that warm, fuzzy blanket at the end where you don't have to worry about it, and Holmes has been that. We mentioned this yesterday on the pregame. How about Holmes, Tyone, Garrett Cole, all in the all-star conversation for the American League? Those are some great pickups.
And all players who once performed for the team that the Yankees are playing tonight. I was trying to figure out what it would be like to be a Pittsburgh Pirates fan, and obviously Cole had left a while ago, but you look at that trade last year with Holmes, you have to be asking the Pirates organization, how did you let this arm get away? They were able to get Park and Castillo, a couple of infielders from the Yankees farm system, and Castillo was thought to be the better prospect of the two of them. But when you look at what Holmes has done for the Yankees, that was a whiff by the Pittsburgh Pirates organization, allowing the Yankees to get that valuable arm for a couple of infielders who, in their eyes, were going to probably become expendable anyway.
All right, so we've been waiting out this rain delay. First pitch expected to be in about 15 minutes, so let's kind of reset here, Jack. Look at tonight's pitching matchup. We've talked about it on our pregame coverage. It's Luis Severino coming off a strong 6 innings against the Houston Astros. He allowed just a couple runs against the righty Mitch Keller. So I want to start with Severino. As you look at Keller's numbers, 13 games started, an ERA north of 5. It's about 4.5 at home. But for Severino, that solid outing against the Astros, and he comes into this one with an extra day rest, in which we detailed he's been far better with an extra day.
Yeah, it's worked in his favor. He's got an ERA of under 2, and he's got that extra day of rest. Those are his numbers against National League teams as well. But I just think the Yankees are being careful with him, and that's smart, Bob. Hasn't really pitched a complete season since 2018. A couple times they've given him 9 days between starts. A couple times it's been a week. And you want to find areas to give him a little extra rest. But he has looked like the guy who you would absolutely want to slot in behind Garrett Cole in Game 2 of a postseason series. While he lost that last game against the Astros, it was 6 innings, 2 runs allowed, and he was just pinpointing his fastball and his changeup and his cutter in that game.
All right, so let's flip it to the right-hander Mitch Keller going for Pittsburgh tonight. And for Keller, and I asked you this on the pregame, and is he a potentially dangerous opponent for the Yankees, given the way the offense has been lately and given the fact that they've never seen him?
Yes, because you haven't seen him. As batters, you want to have familiarity. Now, Keller's numbers on the season overall aren't very good, but he throws hard. Yeah, he throws almost as hard as Severino. The average fastball is 96. He also throws a slider, a sinker, a curve, and a changeup. Was hit hard in his last start against Washington, but something to note, Bob, in his last 8 starts, he started throwing the sinker a lot more because his fastball was getting pummeled. Batters were hitting over 300 against the fastball with a slugging percentage of almost 500. So he's incorporated a sinker, and that's why he gets so many ground ball outs. More than 50% of the balls put in play against him are hit on the ground.
I like what you said earlier, though. He does have the penchant to walk guys. That could play into the Yankees' favor if, as you said, they don't have some of the at-bats they had last night against Jose Quintana.
I imagine in that Yankee hitters meeting, that's one of the things that they're talking about. As they're going over what Keller throws, they're reminding their hitters, hey, in 70 innings this year, he's walked 31 batters. So the worst thing you can do as a hitter is to go up there and chase and help out a guy who's got a wild streak by going out of the zone. So I think the Yankee hitters need to be smart aggressive tonight. You want to be aggressive and attack when you see something you could do some damage with, but it's got to be smart. They weren't smart against Quintana last night. He pitched well for his 5 innings, but they had traffic on the bases in all but 1 inning against him, and they definitely chased some pitches out of the zone.
All right, so we've talked Severino, but we're at the halfway point, so I might as well ask you about the rotation overall. It has really propped up what the Yankees have done this season. Now, the starters weren't pitching deeper into games when the season began because of the lockout, so the bullpen got a lot of credit for that. But the starters have really come on, Jack, pitching deeper and deeper into games. In fact, it's funny, the last time or two through, they weren't giving him quite as much length. The ERA was creeping up a little higher, and it's like, whoa, what's wrong? When Nestor Cortez, for example, gives up 3 earned runs. But it speaks to how great this pitching staff has been.
Yeah, the pitching staff has been better than I think even the Yankees had envisioned. It has been durable. There's only been a few times where the Yankees haven't had one of their regular 5 starters actually start a game. If you look at those numbers, and obviously Cortez is having an all-star type season, and he is the biggest revelation and the biggest surprise in that mix. But Garrett Cole, even with a few starts that he would probably not want to remember, his numbers are what you would expect out of Garrett Cole. Tyone has had some struggles recently. Last 6 starts have been problematic for him. Montgomery has been the model of consistency. And then Severino, who we talked about, coming back from all the injuries that he has had to deal with. He is a guy the Yankees should be very comfortable slotting into a game 2 right behind Cole. But as you look at those pitchers, Bob, do the Yankees think heading into the trade deadline that they need another arm? Is there someone out there, whether it was someone like Montas, is that somebody they would like to try and grab and add to the rotation and improve themselves? Well, any team would want to add him, but what is the price? What is the cost? Are they happy with what they have now? As Hal Steinbrenner said, they've got about a month to make those determinations.
Could the answer come from within, i.e. Domingo Germán is about to come back? That's a month to kick the tires on him and see if he's what you need.
And also the fact that the Yankees have the record that they have, it does give them a chance to see what someone like Germán can do. How about J.P. Sears? How does he figure into things? That would be a nice weapon to have coming out of the bullpen in big games in September and October. You look at Clark Schmidt at the minor league level, and he's pitched at the major league level for the Yankees as well. How does he fit into things going forward? So, yeah, the Yankees have a lot of young arms and some arms coming back that could have larger impacts in the second half of the season than they did in the first half.
By the way, Jack was talking to me about this. If you go the trade route, what are the first 2 names everybody's going to be asking for?
Well, they're going to want Volpe, they're going to want Peraza, right. And the Yankees didn't sign a $300 million shortstop. Did you notice that Hal Steinbrenner brought that up in his press conference? Yeah. Because they want to keep those 2 guys. So the Yankees are not going to shed a Volpe or a Peraza. The Yankees have some pieces that they would move at the minor league level, but you need to look at the guys who are going to be 40-man roster eligible and things like that if you want to see who Cashman might be willing to part with.
All right, so before we leave you, we've got about 40 seconds before we get you out to Pittsburgh. What are you looking at? Maybe one big key to the game.
Just the Yankee offense in terms of getting untracked. We've mentioned how good their offense has been this year, averaging 5 runs per game. But they've had a couple of games here now. The last 2 games, they've scored 2 runs in 18 innings. Keller is not someone who goes out there, and the Yankees should look at him as this imposing pitcher. So I think key for the Yankees to get off to a quick start, get that offense on track.
The key for us, the sad sax is gone, the upbeat sax is back, and after a break, it's Rucco and Beltran with a call. We'll see you on the postgame. Enjoy baseball. Finally, coming up next.
The Edge Pizza from Pizza Hut is back, loaded with toppings all the way to the edge of a thin and crispy crust. I think I just blacked out and ate like 6 slices. Where am I? Am I in a Pizza Hut commercial? The Edge from Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Light beer shouldn't taste like water. Miller Lite has more taste and only 96 calories. It's Miller time.
It's your journey. Own it in the Hyundai Tucson. Hyundai all-wheel drive SUVs come with complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty. Hurry in.
New Balance. We got now.
2 Major League players, 2 new DQ meals. You voted for the winner.
Happy has never tasted so good. But only one new DQ burger and Blizzard meal can win. Here we go. Here we go. Yes, I knew it. My taste buds knew it. Congrats, man. You earned it.
Visit your local DQ today and try the official combo meal of MLB.
Baseball is in full swing, and DraftKings customers can bet just $5 and get $150 automatically. Win or lose. Can't argue with that, right, guys?
It's a great offer. Are you blind? It's clearly a very great...
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching, yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
in Pittsburgh, Daniel Vogelbach and then Jack Sawinski both took Jamison Tyone up and out of the yard, and eventually the former Pirate was out of the game. Tonight, the rain has finally abated, and we are ready for baseball as the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. It's the Yankees against the Pirates in the second and final game of a brief two-game set. Hey everybody, Ryan Rucco alongside Carlos Beltran. So happy to be with you this Wednesday night for Yankees baseball on Yes. Carlos, one thing we saw last night that we also saw Sunday was cold hitting from this Yankee offense. And when you look up and down the order, I mean, there are so many hitters who've been struggling recently. Even Judge, a 128 batting average over his last 11 games. Anthony Rizzo not in the lineup tonight, but he struggled his last 11. You see the numbers up and down. Donaldson even more prolonged, his last 28 games with a sub 200 average. So what does all of this mean? Well, it means tonight, Matt Carpenter is going to get a start in the outfield for the Yankees.
Well, Ryan, Mike Carpenter has been a force right now for the Yankees offensively. Since the Yankees acquired him, he's been great on the field. You know, in the short time that he has played for the team, he's hitting 304, 8 home runs, and he's finding the way to be in the lineup. He's forcing the card, you know, for Aaron Boone to put him out there, and he has done a great job so far.
And Carlos mentions the overall numbers for Carpenter. How about in the games where he started? A 341 batting average, 8 homers, 18 ribbies, an OPS over 1,300, and the Yankees with a 10-2 record. Now, tonight, the Yankees are going to send Luis Severino to the mound. Carlos, he didn't get the win in Houston, but he looked very sharp in that outing against the Astros last time out.
Well, Severino is just a guy that is getting better. There's no doubt that he feels healthy. He's just going out there right now with a lot of confidence. Like you mentioned, he pitched a good game with the Astros, you know, just throwing the fastball down, the slider. When the slider is down, you know, he's getting people out. Guys are hitting 167 with his slider, so he's very dominant out there. You know, you can see right here striking Tucker out and at the same time showing a lot of emotions, which I love.
1-2 in his last 5 starts, but a 3.30 ERA, 40 strikeouts compared to just 10 walks, and OPS from opponents under 600. Just hasn't gotten a lot of run support in those 5 outings. Well, through the first 81 games, there's been lots of good feelings for this Yankee team. They're going to try and get back to that tonight and snap a 2-game losing streak. Lineups, first pitch baseball coming up next.
Try Taco Bell's new $2 cheesy double beef burritos.
Dear exit strategy, all your pieces are in place. A tranquil lake, a serene sky, an emerald forest, a secret hideout. Thanks for being there just when I need you most. Always Toyota SUVs.
Get 1.9% APR financing for a full 48 months on the fuel-efficient RAV4 or RAV4 Hybrid. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
There's really only one number that matters in sports. The number 1. That's why FanDuel built the number 1 rated sportsbook app with the most popular parlays and faster payouts, with winnings hitting your bank account in as little as 2 hours. So if you want the best, bet with the best. FanDuel, America's number 1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get a $1,000 no-sweat first bet. Get up to $1,000 in free bets if your first bet doesn't win.
World and beyond. For them to totally nail their styles. Very classic.
Feels perfect. It's like hugging you.
Watch Off-Field Fashion, streaming now, exclusively on the S app. Well, after an hour-plus rain delay, we are about ready to go in Pittsburgh. Let's take a look at tonight's Yankees starting lineup. Brought to you by TikTok. TikTok taught me. DJ LeMahieu leading off. He's been the one Yankee who has been hitting of late. Judge batting second. Carpenter in the 3 spot. Then it's Stanton, Torres, Donaldson, Gallo, IKF, and Kyle Higashioka rounding out the Yankees starting lineup. The Yankees will face Mitch Keller, 5.14 ERA on the season. Let's take a look at Carlos's scouting report.
Well, Mitch Keller, he's a 5-pitch pitcher, forcing fastball, sinker, changes, sliders, and curveball. Good fastball spin rate. He has a 85 percentile in the forcing fastball, 81 on the sinker, 96 on the changeup, and even better on the curveball. So, there's no doubt that he's going to try to keep the Yankees quiet.
And that fastball misses inside 1-0. 8:14 first pitch. 1 hour and 9-minute rain delay here in Pittsburgh. 74 degrees, and what was a little humid and a little sticky is now a gorgeous summer night. As LeMahieu grounds that just foul. Looked like it nearly hopped over the bag at first, but just foul, and it'll be 1-2.
So close.
LeMahieu, as we talked about, one of the guys who has been hitting of late. Last 18 games, a .293 batting average, and OPS over 900. LeMahieu pokes that right to first. 1 down. Take a look at the defense behind Keller. It's brought to you by your local Tri-State GMC dealers. Sawinski, Reynolds, and Gamble again the outfield. Hayes and Cruz on the left side. Van Meter, Tsutsugo on the right, and Perez behind the plate. Same starters tonight for Pittsburgh. Aaron Judge, you're met again with quite the cheers here in Pittsburgh. We mentioned it yesterday. There are so many Yankees fans in town for these two games. As Judge fouls it off his foot.
Well, there's no doubt that has been fun for the Yankees. They feel like they're playing their home games.
See so many Yankee jerseys in the stands. Yankees looking to avoid a 3-game losing streak, something they've had just once this season back in late May. 0-2 on Judge. Nick Lentz, how about that? Strike calling trends, neutral. Fewer inside strikes, more high strikes on lefties. Strike 3, Judge is down looking. And 3 pitches is all it took for Keller to retire Judge. Let's take a look at the keys to the game from Carlos. They're brought to you by our local Kia dealers.
Well, the Yankees have to get the bats going. There's no doubt that yesterday was a tough game for them. They want to get them back. And honestly, this is an opportunity for them to bounce back in this series and split the series. That's what you want to do as a team. You don't want to live here just being swept by the Pirates.
Here is Carpenter. His numbers as a starter this season have been outstanding, and he takes high and away.
Yesterday Carpenter started the game with, first 2 at-bats, 2 Ks, and he was able to finish the night strong with 2 base hits.
4 outfielders here in the Pirates alignment. Would that mess with you as a hitter, Carlos? You stepped up there and saw 4 outfielders?
You know what? When I played, that never happened to me. So this is kind of recently it's been happening. So it's got to get into your head a little bit.
Right, all of a sudden you're looking at a huge open area in the center of the diamond where a ground ball is going to be a base hit. Maybe you see just a big chunk there. Three and 1 on Carpenter. The 3-1. Carpenter smashes that. Fair. Into the right field corner. Carpenter rounding first. He's headed for second. And he will make it with a 2-out double.
Well, Ryan, there's no doubt that Mike Carpenter right now feels good at the plate. like I mentioned early, 2 hits yesterday finishing the game. Now just being able to put this sinker down the line and just being able to swing the bat so well this year. Since he was acquired from the Yankees, he's been a force at the plate. You can see him here hustling to second base.
And makes it in easily. Sets up a runner in scoring position for Stanton, who takes inside, ball 1. So Carpenter getting the start in the outfield. His first start in the outfield since 2013, right away. Pays dividends for Aaron Boone. Stanton fouls that away.
You know, it will be interesting to watch Carpenter play right field today. Like you mentioned, it's been a long time. He hasn't been out there. You know, for the most part, he played in the infield. He's been a DH with the Yankees, third baseman. So it will be, you know, a quite of an adjustment for him to be out there and being able to play right field.
Stanton taps that to second, and Keller will get out of it. So the Yankees unable to capitalize on the 2-out double from Carpenter. Sevy to the hill next.
Want to tell me what happened? Somebody fed us bad intel. It was a setup.
We're gonna get through this, okay?
Think I'm losing my mind?
This mission is over.
You're putting us in an untenable position here.
I'm not going to tell you again. Stay off my list.
The Terminal List. New series now streaming on Prime Video.
Dear gas prices, Toyota's hybrid lineup says, go take a hike. Because we bring efficiency with power and savings with style. Think you can stand in our way? We got this. Toyota Hybrids.
Get 1.9% APR financing for a full 48 months on the fuel-efficient Highlander or Highlander Hybrid. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Yankees don't score in the top of the first. Let's take a look at tonight's Pirates starting lineup, brought to you by TikTok. TikTok taught me. Keep Ryan Hayes leading off. Ryan Reynolds stayed hot last night. Jack Sawinski had a big night. He bats third. Then it's Vogelbach, Tsutsugo, O'Neal Cruz, Ben Gamel, Michael Perez, and Josh Van Meter to round out the Pirates starting lineup. And they will face Luis Severino, making his 15th start of the year, 91 strikeouts in 78 innings. Opponents hitting just 206 against him. Carlos, your scouting report.
Well, Luis Severino on the mound tonight. You know, I feel that when he's controlling the slider, I mean, he's been unhittable with it. And there's no doubt that he feels healthy on the mound. And this is a good moment for Severino to basically send a message and stop the Pirates.
Pirates have played really well this season against the top two teams in baseball in their respective leagues, the Dodgers and the Yankees. 6-1 combined against them. As that pitch is strike from Severino. Of course, 1-0 against the Yankees, 5-1 against the Dodgers, this Pirates team.
You know, and I mentioned yesterday that a lot of times when you play with teams that in papers, you know, and you feel that you can beat them, you know, you can't take it for granted. A lot of times, you know, these teams are the ones that really do the damage. You know, like you mentioned, they have played good baseball against the Dodgers, and yesterday they played an incredible game against the Yankees. So, you know, they have an opportunity on their hands to basically set a good statement for them.
The 1-2. Grounded up the middle. IKF can't quite range to it. And Hayes has a leadoff single. Let's take a look at the Yankee defense. It's brought to you by our local Tri-State GMC dealers. Gallo gets the start in left. Judge in center. Carpenter in right. First start in right field since 2013 for Carpenter. Donaldson, Kiner Falefa on the left side. Torres and LeMahieu on the right. Higashioka behind the plate. No Anthony Rizzo again today. Still dealing with that tightness in his lower back. Aaron Boone did say he felt better today, but not quite good enough to be able to give it a go. Severino, quick move, and Hayes just gets back.
You know, if you're Hayes in third base, you know, and after seeing that move from Severino, you really have to be in your toes. Even though Hayes carry a lot of speed and this year has been successful stolen bases for the Pirates.
9 steals for Hayes. Those 9 steals in 12 attempts. Reynolds last night had a diving catch to rob Stanton of a 2-run single. He also had a double and a single himself. And he has another hit here as he rips that into right center field. Hayes nearly tripped, lost his helmet, cut off by Carpenter. It's second and third, nobody out.
This is another good at bat by Reynolds. You know, just staying with this pitch, staying in the middle, not trying to do too much. Just understanding that, you know, stinking toward the middle, you're going to have a lot of success. Hayes did a good job just getting to third base. Now you have guys in third and first. You know, the Pirates have been aggressive since last night.
So a double for Reynolds, who has been piping hot since the start of June. And now Sawinski, who had several good at-bats last night, including that 2-run homer in the 4th. Severino right away in some trouble, Carlos.
You know, right now he's in a little bit of trouble. Right now he's just want to basically try to get an out right here and hopefully keep the guys where they at.
Two and 0. Speed on the bases for Pittsburgh. Second and third, nobody out, bottom of the first. And it's 3-0 on Sawinski. Sawinski, the National League rookie leader in home runs, hit his 14th last night. That's in there for a strike. 3-1. Popped up. Torres gathering underneath it. Makes the catch. The runners have to stay put. Big out there from Severino after falling behind Sawinski. 3-0.
And as a pitcher, you know, you can't ask for better than that. Just being able to get Jack Sawinski out in this situation, you know, it's just a very good situation for Severino.
Now the Yankees get greedy. Get that first one, you start thinking about, okay, can he wiggle out of it without any damage? And even though they'll have a shift here, the three infielders who are not in the outfield are playing in. And there's a strike from Severino to Vogelbach. Now, that was not the case with Sawinski up. Infield was not in any way. Right now, though, they are with Kiner Falefa, Donaldson, and LeMahieu. Torres, though, remains back to guard that short right field. It's an interesting alignment, Carlos. Almost hedging your bet a little bit, right? You give up a run on a ground ball to short right field and take the out, but anywhere else you can try and cut down that runner at third.
Yeah, you want to make sure you get that guy out of home plate if it's something in the infield, and like you mentioned, if that ball past third base, you still get the guy out at third base. He doesn't carry a lot of speed. Daniel doesn't carry a lot of speed, so they're trying to basically play the cards.
Severino got a call there, and a big one. 1-2 here. Love that strikeout. Keep those runners put. Second and third, one out. 1-2 on Vogelbach. He got him. Vogelbach knew it. Fastball right down the middle. And there are two away.
And if you're the Yankees right now, you start feeling good about yourself. For a moment, you thought you were in trouble. Now the son Severino has found a way to fight back and put himself in a position to get out of the inning with no damage.
Yoshi Tsutsugo, who had 2 hits last night. Second and third, 2 out. Grounded to the right side. LeMahieu takes it himself. What a job from Severino. Second and third, nobody out, and neither run scores.
There's really only one number that matters in sports. The number 1. That's why FanDuel built the #1 rated sportsbook app with the most popular parlays and faster payouts, with winnings hitting your bank account in as little as 2 hours. So if you want the best, bet with the best. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get a $1,000 no-sweat first bet. Get up to $1,000 in free bets if your first bet doesn't win.
The ladies have been doing a lot of talking recently.
She looks great.
What they don't know is I got Inspire, a sleep apnea treatment that works inside my body. I feel refreshed because I'm not struggling with CPAP anymore.
$100, she got work done.
Great sleep at the click of a button.
Did she get implants?
Yeah, I got an implant, Sheila. Relax, it's Inspire.
Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Travel pillows? We've been wearing them the wrong way.
Shut up. You gotta share this with Rachel.
This is how we should swaddle her. Could have been doing that the whole time.
Here's how to fold a fitted sheet.
Period.
Did you know you're supposed to twist the seasoning bottle, not shake it?
Twist it.
Flamingos are born gray, not pink.
Nature's beautiful.
This is how you do bone-in chicken wings.
Hubba. You twist it, don't shake it. TikTok taught me.
Yes. Yankees versus Red Sox. Coverage starts tomorrow at 6 on Yes, New York's most watched sports network.
Yankees fans, baseball's biggest rivalry returns to the stadium on July 15th, and there are still some great seats available. The Yankees battle Boston in a big 3-game series in the final games before the All-Star break, and you're not going to want to miss a moment of the action. Tickets are going fast, so get your Yankees versus Red Sox tickets today at Yankees.com. It'll be Torres, Donaldson, and Gallo as Torres cuts and misses. 0-1. What a job from Luis Severino after the Pirates at second and third, nobody out. And Sevy was 3-0 on Sawinski. Got him to pop out, Vogelbach to strike out, and a ground out from Tsutsugo. And no damage done. Torres had some good at-bats last night. And he drives this in the air to left field and deep. That's going to be over the head of Sawinski. One off the wall. Glaber will cruise into second with a leadoff double.
Well, Glaber is another batter than since last night. He's really saw the ball well and hit the ball well. And today he started the game with a double over the left fielder. I mean, this is a great way to start the game, and at the same time, just a great way to start the inning after Severino doing the effort that he did to come out with a 0-0 game.
You feel that as an offense, Carlos, when you see your pitcher get through a jam like that?
Oh man, I can see the effort for sure, and and as an offensive player, you want to come out and make it happen for him.
Donaldson takes low. We detailed in the open how many guys are in slumps right now in the Yankee lineup, up and down the lineup. I mean, not just talking about one or two guys, 7, 8 guys who've struggled lately. Donaldson, one of them. And his slump is more prolonged. Most of the guys we were looking at, Judge, Rizzo, Torres, you're talking about like an 11-game sample size. Hicks, 10 games. Donaldson, his last 28, has batted just 184.
Yeah, that's almost a month, of not getting the results. And, when you start not getting those results, that really gets into your head, because as a player, you're aware that right now you're not swinging the bat well. That probably your body is not working properly. So a lot of times you get caught up in trying to do too much, and most of the time you're better just taking a step back and get back and try to regroup and think about just the foundations.
Donaldson hits that hard into left field, a base hit. Torres is going to hold on at third, but back-to-back hard hits from the Yankees, and they have first and third, nobody out here in the second.
Oh, just a great at-bat, good balance. Donaldson is the guy with a big leg kick. A lot of times when you got those leg kicks, there's a lot of things that could move in your body, but you can see here he just basically stay with it and shoot this ball toward the middle. Just great at-bat by Donaldson.
So now here's Joey Gallo, 1 for his last 32, with no home runs, no RBIs over that span, over 13 games. Real opportunity here, first and third, nobody out. Ball 1 to Gallo.
And I can see with the players, with his teammates, that they're rooting for Joey, to start swinging the bat better, to get good results. It's been tough to watch him struggle the way he has been struggled. In the outfield, he have done a decent job playing a good defense and being aggressive on the base path, but offensively, the struggles continue.
What kind of things would you say to him as a teammate if you were in that clubhouse right now as he's going through this, Carlos?
I would tell him to basically focus on the positive, try to go back to, what gave you success before. Try to watch films that are, see yourself getting good results, getting double, getting home runs, getting, guys getting RBIs. You want to fill your mind with positive information. A lot of time when you're struggling, it's easy to think negative.
Aaron Boone talked today about how every time Gallo steps to the plate, he's carrying that weight of his recent struggles, and he's behind here 1 and 2. And that's just no real surprise at this point as Gallo goes down on strikes.
And this has been the pitch for him that has really got him into trouble. Chest high, he's been chasing that pitch all year long. And you know what? As a hitter, when you're chasing that pitch, you're not giving yourself a chance, basically, to do nothing positive.
Yeah. Here is Kiner Falefa with first and third, 1 out. Kiner Falefa looked like he found something last night with 3 hits. Grounds this into what could be a double play. 4-6-3, and the Yankees don't score. First and third, nobody out. A strikeout and a double play. It's still 0-0.
Sunshine on my shoulder makes me happy. If I had a day that I could give you, I'd give to you a day just like today.
With technology that can scale across all your clouds, it's easier to do more innovative things.
The ladies have been doing a lot of talking recently.
She looks great.
What they don't know is I got Inspire, a sleep apnea treatment that works inside my body. I feel refreshed because I'm not struggling with CPAP anymore.
$100, she got work done.
Great sleep at the click of a button.
Did she get implants?
Yeah, I got an implant, Sheila. Relax, it's Inspire.
Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
It's your journey. Own it in the Hyundai Tucson. Hyundai all-wheel drive SUVs come with complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty. Hurry in.
What would you like the power to do?
Well, Luis Severino is facing second and third, nobody out, and Carlos, he found a way through it in that first inning.
Well, just an incredible way for him to get out of this inning. You know, after giving up a base hit and a double, just found a way to come out of the inning clean.
And it looked like Severino was about to be staked to a lead. Yankees had first and third, nobody out in the second, but Gallo struck out and Kiner Falefa grounded into an inning-ending 4-6-3 double play. So Sevy takes the mound, still 0-0, and O'Neal Cruz looks at ball one. O'Neal Cruz, number 14 prospect in all of baseball entering this season.
You know, there's no doubt that he carries a lot of talent. You know, seeing the average on 193, I know there hasn't been a lot of games, but there's adjustments that he will need to encounter throughout the season. He will have to find a way to make adjustment because you have to understand that every day you're going to face big league teams, big league players, and at the same time, this team prepare extremely well with the analytic department, and they will find those holes if you don't really make those adjustments.
Called up on June 20th and is ahead in the count 3-1 here. Last night, Cruz had a sacrifice fly that tacked on a run in the 6th inning. Scored a run in the 4th. We got to see some of that speed from Cruz. He has all of the tools. Let's take a look at the game time weather presented by Bigelow, the official hot tea of the Yankees. 74 now, little breeze. There's still a 31% chance of rain. This game was delayed an hour and 9 minutes at the start. Hit hard left side, backhand Donaldson, the fire across in time to make the play. Very nicely done from Josh Donaldson to Rob Cruz.
Well, you can see here, O'Neal hit this ball extremely well. Donaldson just doing the best he could to try to stop him. Understanding that O'Neal carries a lot of speed. Great job by Donaldson, just getting up fast and making a firm throw to third base.
Sevy showing Donaldson some love. Donaldson has played a really strong third base this season. The Yankees defensively first in the majors in defensive runs saved. Last year they were 29th. Just a massive turnaround.
Just a great improvement defensively, and honestly, looking at the struggles right now, the way the guys are not swinging the bat well, when you play good defense, you're going to find a way where you're going to win ball games. And the Yankees, even though some of the guys, like you mentioned early, they're been struggling, but they're finding the way you basically to keep the guys in a sure score. And when you could do that with the offense that you carry, you understand that anyone in that lineup can hit a ball out of the ballpark. And you know, the Yankees have found even ways to win ball games without not being successful offensively.
I literally asked Aaron Boone about that very thing earlier today, Carlos, with the recent struggles. As that's grounded to second, Torres 2 down. I said, up and down your lineup right now, you have 6, 7, 8 guys who've been in these 10, 11, 12 game funks. I said, but you guys are still winning games during this, so how do you look at that? He said, look, over the course of the season, we're just going to have offensive downturns. It's going to happen. He said, but why I think we're still winning games is we've had this singular focus that we talked about in spring training and have continued throughout, which is we need to have multiple ways to win games. And that has been the sole focus of everybody in that clubhouse. He said, so this is sort of the manifestation of that. Yeah, okay, not swinging the bats well, but how can we keep ourselves in the game? So to your point, all it takes is one swing, even if you only have a few hits on the day, to still pick up a win.
You're right, and the defense also is a plus. You mentioned last year they didn't play as well as they're playing this year, so you could see the Yankees and Brian Cashman, they brought guys that they can make this team a better defender.
Fought off to Torres on 2 hops. The inning is over. A smooth one from Luis Severino. He gets 3 ground ball outs. We go to the 3rd.
The Earth's gravity changes in spring when water moves in a mass-altering dance. Maybe that's why in spring, we're drawn in new directions, pulled out of hibernation and pushed into action. So be bold, make the shift, and gravitate to greatness.
Current eligible lessees get this low-mileage lease on this 2022 Cadillac XT5 for around $469 per month. Visit your local Cadillac dealer today.
New Balance. We got now.
Dear Exit Strategy, all your pieces are in place. A tranquil lake, a serene sky, an emerald forest, a secret hideout. Thanks for being there just when I need you most. Always Toyota SUVs.
Get 1.9% APR financing for a full 48 months on the fuel-efficient RAV4 or RAV4 Hybrid. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more. By Burke Rehabilitation. Get back in action with Burke. By Cadillac. Be bold and be yourself in a luxurious Cadillac sedan or SUV. Visit your Tri-State Cadillac dealer today. And by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play. Some of the members of the Yankees and Pirates throughout the years. Key Brian Hayes. His father will forever be etched in the memories and hearts of Yankees fans. Charlie catching that final out in the 96 World Series. It's interesting, Carlos. We were talking before the game, and you said growing up, the Pirates were one of the teams you really loved, and it wasn't just because of Roberto Clemente and the Puerto Rican connection. There were a lot of guys who wore Pirates uniforms you love watching.
Yeah, I mean, I being in Puerto Rico, I love that team in the 90s when they had Barry Bonds and Andy Van Slyke, Bobby Bonilla, Chico Lin, second base, Jay Bell, Jeff King. There were a lot of guys that were, it seems like they were a good team. They played together, and they were finding ways to win ball games. So I really love that ball club.
9-1-2 here for the Yankees in the 3rd with no score. And I know, obviously, their manager was Jim Leland, and I know he's a guy who you really admired from afar.
I do, and honestly, I never got the chance to play with him, but I always ask players how was to play with Jim, and he said, man, you know what, he's a great manager, a great communicator, always give you what he felt you needed to go out there and be successful, and always very aware of trying to put the guys in a position for them to be successful. So Jim Leyland, just a good friend, got to meet him 5 years ago, and a lot of admiration for him, and and the career that he had as a manager.
2-1 here on Higashioka. See Jim Leland's resume. 3-time manager of the year, twice in Pittsburgh with those Pirates teams Carlos was watching. 2 AL pennants, 6 division titles, 22 seasons. And of course that championship in '97 with the Marlins. Higgy loses his helmet, 3-2.
And all that gray hair after all those years as a manager. Dealing with players.
Hey, it's still more than me and you are working with, right?
Exactly.
The 3-2. Strike 3, Higashioka down looking. Tried to sell it, but clearly in the zone, and the third strikeout for Keller.
Sinker down in the corner. Basically, it's not much you could do as a hitter with a pitch inside and also in the bottom part of the strike zone.
That's one thing Keller's been doing much more of, throwing his sinker. His four-seamer was getting tattooed to begin this season, and he hasn't totally junked it, but he has transitioned hard to the sinker, which he had never thrown.
And for me, that's impressive that you can make that type of adjustment. And all of a sudden right now he's being rewarded by being able to listening to the analytic department, listening to the pitching coach and maybe the manager. And, and you got to pull him aside. You got to say, hey, man, we believe that you have better chances with your sinker. And the fact that he's been able to use it and get the results, I love those type of stories.
Meredith, there's a reason behind this, huh?
Well, he had toyed with the idea of throwing that sinker, and he reached out to a former teammate who, does pretty well in his own right, Clay Holmes, and asked him, hey, do you think that I can throw that pitch? Is that a hard pitch to throw? And Clay Holmes said he thought it was a great idea considering it could add something to his repertoire, and he continued to work on that pitch, and it's been a big pitch for him.
I mean, look at this, 23 sinkers already today. No other pitchers he's thrown more than 5 times as LeMahieu lines a single into center field. The Yankees with their 4th hit in 3 innings. See if they can get something going here with Judge coming up.
Little slider, bell high, as a hitter, you got to take advantage of those mistakes. You have to basically find a way to hit the ball hard.
StatCast 3D presented by Google Cloud. Here's the arsenal for Keller. And you see that sinker at 19.7%, but that's from nothing. I mean, his first handful plus starts this year, he didn't throw it at all. As we can see tonight, now it is his primary weapon, although he gets judged with a slider there. Judge fights that through the right side, a base hit. LeMahieu's going to stay put at second, but back-to-back singles from LeMahieu and Judge, and now the dangerous Matt Carpenter coming up.
This is what makes Judge very dangerous at the plate. You could see a guy that could let the ball travel, stay, keep the hands inside, and shoot the ball to the right field part of the field. Any mistake that you could leave as a pitcher, that could be out of the ballpark. But this time, just good piece of hitting.
Here's Carpenter, doubled his first time up. Getting his first start in the outfield since 2013. Aaron Boone talked today about just having to find a way to get his bat in the lineup as we take a look at the Bounty quick stats. Among all major league hitters who've had at least 50 plate appearances, Carpenter has the best OPS in the league.
That's good. I mean, this guy was in his couch watching baseball games. Letting the mustache grow and beard grow, and all of a sudden, you get a call from the Yankees, brother. You know what? There might be an opportunity for you here, and honestly, he's just making the best out of it.
1-1 here on Carpenter. Carpenter grounds one, could be two. Glove flip to second for one. On to first. It is another inning-ending double play off the bat of the Yankees.
Want to tell me what happened? Somebody fed us bad intel. It was a setup.
We're gonna get through this, okay?
I think I'm losing my mind.
This mission is over.
You're putting us in an untenable position here.
I'm not going to tell you again. Stay off my list.
The Terminal List. New series now streaming on Prime Video. Dreaming while awake? Junk sleep. At Mattress Firm's July 4th sale, save up to $500 when you get a king for the price of a queen or a queen for a twin. Plus a free adjustable base with qualifying Sealy purchase. Mattress Firm. Unjunk your sleep.
If you struggle and struggle and struggle with CPAP, you should check out Inspire. No mask, no hose, just sleep. Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Try Taco Bell's new $2 cheesy double beef burritos.
It's time for Pinstripe Pride, brought to you by Toyota, the official hybrid vehicles of the Yankees. Tonight's picture was submitted by Sam. His son Bryce recently got to try on his first ever baseball jersey and saw the Yankees get a win in person. Use the hashtag Toyota Pinstripe Pride and mention yes in pictures you post to social media to reflect your love for the Bronx Bombers. We might spotlight you in a future game. Oh, what a cutie Bryce Bolin is. Bottom of the third inning and no score between the Yankees and the Pirates. The Yankees have 5 hits through these first 3 innings, but back-to-back inning-ending 4-6-3 double plays have left the Yankees stranding runners.
Those double plays are killers. After creating this opportunity, just being able to hit a double play, just not fun.
Van Meter pops it into the stands. The Yankees right now, this early moment, 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. Severino worked through a big jam in the first, second and third, nobody out, and got out of it unscathed. Poke to left. Gallo trots in. 1 out. Carlos, you were with the Yankees when Severino first got called up. What do you remember about your first impressions of him in the clubhouse?
Extremely talented. A guy that really wanted to be good as a pitcher, but at the same time, I feel like he wasn't mature enough. I don't think that the ability was matching, that part of yourself when you feel like you have everything in control. But right now, watching him, I had a conversation with him in Kansas City, and when I was looking at him and I was having that conversation, I felt like I was talking to a man, a guy who really grew, as a pitcher and as a person, and it was great for me to see that.
was just so wonderful seeing him back on the mound after what he went through the last 3 years, 2019, 2020, 2021. This is someone who had not thrown more than 12 innings since 2018. And yet he's come back and looked like the guy we last saw when he was a healthy starter.
He looks like a veteran. He looks like an ace.
Yeah.
He looked like a guy who is in control. And I think, having Garrett Cole, assuming that position as an ace, maybe that took a little bit of pressure off him, of not trying to go out there and trying to be perfect. And now he's just being Luis Severino, and he's doing great.
Well, that was a filthy cutter that Hayes waves and misses at. 2 down, Meredith.
Well, Ryan, I spoke to Luis Severino at spring training, and you could tell that he just wanted to get back out there and prove that he could stay healthy, but not just stay healthy, be a big-time contributing factor to that rotation. If you remember back to when he first got injured, the first injury, he had just signed that extension, and he said, I know I signed the extension. I want to prove to people why they're paying me. And he also has a little bit more of an edge this year. You mentioned the veteran presence he has that he didn't have early on. He's kind of pitching with a bit more of an edge, according to Aaron Boone, and you see the maturity of him on the mound, and he's been fantastic so far this season.
You can almost feel that edge, right, Carlos?
Yeah, I even can feel the emotions that he's showing right now. You could see him like he's showing a lot of emotions when he's getting people out, when he's coming out of difficult innings. And honestly, at the same time, being grateful with the defense behind, acknowledging your teammates. He just really have grown as a good pitcher for the New York Yankees.
After those first 2 batters reached, Severino has locked in. Misses there, barely on a changeup to Reynolds, so 3-0 now. Severino has retired 8 straight Pirates. At 3-0. There's a strike, 3-1. Grounded to Torres. Nice play. Able to snare it and end the inning. 9 straight retired from Luis Severino. No score through 3.
With technology that can scale across all your clouds, it's easier to do more innovative things.
We decided it's time to put a different kind of power tool in your hands. Store Mode in the Home Depot app gives you in-store tools made to help you get more done. To guide you every step of the way and explore products quickly with the scan. That way you get the top brands at the best prices without missing a beat. It's made for doing. Download the Home Depot app and see how doers get more done.
Travel pillows? We've been wearing them the wrong way.
Shut up. You gotta share this with Rachel.
This is how we should swaddle her. Could have been doing that the whole time.
Here's how to fold a fitted sheet.
Period.
Did you know you're supposed to twist the seasoning bottle? I'm not sure you.
Twist it.
Flamingos are born gray, not pink.
Nature's beautiful.
This is how you debone a chicken wing.
Hubba, hubba. You twist it, don't shake it. TikTok taught me.
Dear Exit Strategy, all your pieces are in place. A tranquil lake, a serene sky, an emerald forest, a secret hideout. Thanks for being there just when I need you most. Always Toyota SUVs.
Get 1.9% APR financing for a full 48 months on the fuel-efficient RAV4 or RAV4 Hybrid. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
The final week of the 2022 Chevrolet MLB All-Star Ballot is here, and Giancarlo Stanton and Jose Trevino are among the finalists. Vote for the starters daily at MLB.com/vote. Audi scoreboard, no score. Top of the 4th inning. Yankees will have Stanton, Torres, and Donaldson. 5 hits through 3 innings for the Yankees, but some timely double plays rolled by Keller, and it has kept the Yankees off the board. What a no, as Stanton held up. Broken bat, humpback liner, 1 down. There's Gleyber Torres, who had been in his own little funk, started to come out of it. Game 1 of the doubleheader the other day against Cleveland when he had 3 hits. Then last night, he had 4 good at-bats, including a double and a single. And tonight, a double his first time up that he ripped over the head of Sawinski and left. What are you seeing from Torres right now, Carl?
Well, you know, right now I see him that he's in a good control. He seems like has a good plan, good approach. I mean, seeing the ball extremely well. Laying off pitches, recognizing pitches early, and as a hitter, when you're capable of doing that, I don't know if you have heard the term slowing the game down.
Yeah.
So right now, he's really slowing the game down, and when that happens, it's just so much fun as a hitter.
Head 2-0 here. Pitch from Keller. Torres go around. He did, almost in self-defense, and it's 2-1.
You know, and people a lot of times, you know, they heard that term, slowing the game down, and it's because when you're seeing the ball well, it's because of you're not really thinking a lot about the result, just really thinking about the process. You're thinking about what do you want to accomplish, where you want to focus on the field, and everything slowed down for you as a hitter.
Torres went homer hunting with that swing, and it's 2-2. Is full on Gleyber Torres. Swing and a miss. 98 upstairs, and Keller able to use the four-seamer for his 4th K.
Fastball up in the strike zone, you know, 3-2 count. There's no doubt that Gleyber, you're just trying to do damage with that swing, maybe a little too big. You know, a lot of time 3-2 count, you have to basically stay a little bit shorter.
Here is Donaldson. Donaldson singled his first time up. Actually set up 1st and 3rd, nobody out in the 2nd, but then Gallo struck out and Kiner-Falefa grounded into an inning-ending double play. Boy, Joey Gallo is in an interesting spot on deck. He is in the frame. He's wandered quite a bit away from the on-deck circle. Would you stay in the circle, Carlos, or you creep a little closer towards home?
I always try to get closer just to have a better view or a closer view, kind of similar to the one to beat in the batter's box. You know, I like it. I feel like it was good for me to adapt to velocity.
Well, that's a heck of an inning for Keller. 1, 2, 3 with a couple of strikeouts. We go to the bottom of the 4th. No score.
There's really only one number that matters in sports. The number one. That's why FanDuel built the #1 rated sportsbook app with the most popular parlays and faster payouts, with winnings hitting your bank account in as little as 2 hours. So if you want the best, bet with the best. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get a $1,000 no-sweat first bet. Get up to $1,000 in free bets if your first bet doesn't win.
Travel pillows? We've been wearing them the wrong way.
Shut up. You gotta share this with Rachel.
This is how we should swaddle her. Could have been doing that the whole time.
Here's how to fold a fitted sheet.
Period.
Did you know you're supposed to twist the seasoning bottle? I'm not sure.
Twist it.
Flamingos are born gray, not pink.
Nature's beautiful.
This is how you debone a chicken wing.
Hubba, hubba. You twist it, don't shake it. TikTok taught me.
Dear Exit Strategy, all your pieces are in place. A tranquil lake, a serene sky, an emerald forest, a secret hideout. Thanks for being there just when I need you most. Always Toyota SUVs.
Get 1.9% APR financing for a full 48 months on the fuel-efficient RAV4 or RAV4 Hybrid. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
With technology that can scale across all your clouds, it's easier to do more innovative things.
Moment.
Here are the latest run totals from FanDuel Sportsbook. Right now, new customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. Download the FanDuel Sportsbook app to start making every moment more. Ryan Rucco, Carlos Beltran, Meredith Marakovitz with you. Bottom of the fourth inning, no score, Yankees Pirates. On the Audi scoreboard, Severino, after allowing hits to the first two batters, has retired the next 9. He'll face 3, 4, and 5 in the Pirates order. Sawinski, Vogelback, and Tsutsugo. Good fastball, 0-2.
That never has been an issue for Severino, right? Just the fact that he has such a good velocity on his fastball and has really developed. Other pitches in the slider always been an A+ for him.
Yeah, when you were his teammate, fastball, slider. Now,
easier as a hitter for you to kind of like adapt and maybe look for a pitch. But now it's like fastball, slider, cutter, changeup. I mean, and the changeup, we were talking early, you know, he basically took his time in the Dominican Republic and talked to Pedro Martinez, one of the guys who really threw the best changeups in the game. And Severino, be willing to listen, be willing to learn from the best. That's what it's all about. It's about trying to find a way to add those questions to the guys who have done it before.
I know you're big on that, Carlos, on picking the brains of veterans in the league.
Well, it's important, you know, as a youngster.
Nasty backdoor slider that catches Sawinski looking.
It's a great rotation of that pitch. Not exactly where he wanted to, but he can take it. You know, you can learn so much about other players around the league, and just when you like something that somebody's doing, the only thing that you have to do is just approach that player, and you will be surprised how much you will learn and how much that player will share with you. A lot of times we don't ask because maybe we don't feel like we want to bother other people, but you know, everyone has, at least in baseball, that has been my experience. People love to share, and people will give you good advices.
Grounded hard, right to first. LeMahieu to the bag himself, 2 down. Is there one person in particular who you think of first when you think about an interaction you had with a veteran in the league that really made an impact on you?
A lot of players. I mean, I remember as a hitter going to Seattle, Edgar Martinez. I mean, one of the best right-hander hitters in the game of baseball. So I wondered he knew what he was doing. When I got traded to San Francisco, Barry Bonds, I had the opportunity to be around him. You know, there were many other guys, Manny Ramirez, when I played in Boston against him. You know, I wanted to know what these guys were doing and what type of approach they were carrying to the game. And you will learn a lot of times everyone is unique, and you have to pick and let go of the things that don't apply to you.
Yeah.
You have to be smart on that area, right? Because not every advice that is given to you, it will work for you.
Severino ahead 0-2 on Tsutsugo. You know, Eddie Murray was one of your guys too, right?
Yes. I mean, Eddie was a guy that I talked a lot when I struggled as a switch hitter. But Eddie used to tell me, hitting is so easy, Carlos. And I'm like, okay, I will listen to you, but it's not as easy as what it is for yourself.
Oh, what a play from Torres to end the inning. Deep in right field, Torres, the slick stop and the throw, and Sevy has retired 12 in a row.
The Earth's gravity changes in spring, when water moves in a mass-altering dance. Maybe that's why in spring, we're drawn in new directions, pulled out of hibernation and pushed into action. So be bold, make the shift, and gravitate to greatness.
Current eligible lessees get this low-mileage lease on this 2022 Cadillac XT5 for around $469 per month. Visit your local Cadillac dealer today.
With technology that can scale across all your clouds, it's easier to do more innovative things.
Sunshine on my shoulder makes me happy. If I had a day that I could give you, I'd give to you a day just like today.
It's your journey. Own it in the Hyundai Tucson. Hyundai all-wheel drive SUVs come with complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty. Hurry in.
Hey everybody, Bob Lorenz with your Audi update. Twins and White Sox this afternoon. They're in the bottom of the 10th, all tied at 8. Runners in scoring position, and Lourdes Garcia base hit to left past a diving Gio Urshela. White Sox win it 9-8. Fourth career walk-off for Garcia. The White Sox avoid a 3-game sweep and get their first win in 6 tries against the Twins, guys.
Well, and Bob, Eloy Jimenez just activated off the 60-day IL from the White Sox. How about Sandy Alcantara? He has been absolutely ridiculous this season. And J.D. Martinez struggling his last 15 games. Yankees will see the Red Sox tomorrow night on Yes. First of a 4-game set to end this 11-day, 10-game, 4-city road trip, longest of the season for the Yankees. Gallo fouls that back, 1-1. Gallo is 1 for his last 33 after striking out in the second inning with first and third, nobody out. A little better swing there, 1-2.
And that's the problem. When you're missing the pitches that you should be hitting, and now all of a sudden, you know, you put yourself first pitch, just swing and just foul it off in the second also. Now you're in a position to, you know, for Keller to throw a fastball up the ladders, something that Gallo hasn't done this year. He hasn't been able to make that adjustment to let that pitch go and fight back that at bat to put himself in a position to hit again. He has swung a lot of pitches up in the strike zone.
2-2 here on Gallo. And Gallo has worked it full. No score, top of the fifth. The Yankees seeking a split in this two-game set with the Pirates, the 3-2. Inside, ball 4, so Gallo works a leadoff walk here in the fifth. Let's take a listen into Aaron Boone talking about Joey Gallo earlier today.
I think it's just been a challenge because, because of the struggles he's had. I think that's weighed on him, frankly, and he just hasn't ever really gotten in that good groove to where we know he's certainly capable of, and certainly keep hoping he can get to that point to where he has some, small successes that turn into more longer-term successes, and to do what he's capable of, especially how good he is defensively.
Aaron Boone talking about Joey Gallo earlier today as Kiner Falefa takes a strike. A leadoff walk here for Gallo. Meredith, I know you talked to Aaron Boone about this for a while, and about the idea of, at some point, do you just go away from Joey Gallo completely?
Well, I think the fact that Matt Carpenter is in the outfield tonight is certainly an indicator that they are considering that on a more frequent basis throughout the rest of the season, getting his bat in the lineup and allowing him to play a little bit more. And part of that is because of the struggles of Joey Gallo and also Aaron Hicks, who has not had a consistent offensive season. And I asked Aaron Boone, knowing that it wasn't just this year with Joey Gallo or the starts of this year, really since coming here from the Rangers, he has struggled to find his groove offensively. What do you do? He said, hey, we're going to continue to support him. We're going to continue to give him the tools necessary to try to get him back on track. We're not giving up on him yet.
Little hit and run here, and it works out as Gallo was taking off. Cruz was in between, and Kiner Falefa is on with a hit and run single. First and third, nobody out.
Well, it's just a ball well hit, well placed. You could see O'Neill, he was heading to second base, thinking that Gallo's is stealing that back, and just kind of Falefa was able to find that hole. Now he used a good position. Man in third, man in first. Nobody out.
And Ryan, just to sum things up quickly, they're not giving up on Gallo. They believe he has the talent. They don't think talent is an issue, but obviously it has been tough to watch offensively at times this year.
And we heard Aaron talk about those little victories, the leadoff walk here, the hit and run, a little victory. Now the Yankees trying to crack the scoreboard with first and third, nobody out, and Higashioka takes a strike. Yankees have adorned the bases with runners often tonight, but have been unable to crack the scoreboard. Another big opportunity here in the fifth. And it's 0-2 on Higashioka. On Kiner Falefa.
Ryan, a lot of times organizations make trades thinking that that player will fit good in a city like New York, but I have the experience. New York is not for everybody. There's a lot of guys that come to New York and they excel, and there's other guys where basically everything just goes downhill. I'm not saying this is Joey Gallo's case, but what I'm saying is that, you have to put attention to Joey Gallo and make sure, I love the fact that they're supporting him. I love the fact that everyone is rooting for him and they believe that he can get back. But until what point you decide, to play him and not to play him because of his performance, right?
Yeah, when you have some really viable options on the team as well. 1-2 here on Higashioka. First and third, nobody out. And it's now 2-2. LeMahieu is on deck as Higgy hits in the 9-hole.
You know, Ryan, and the pressure is real. You know, when you're not performing, that pressure, you know, when the fans are knowing that you're not performing, they're letting you know, and as a player, you're not willing to turn that page and focus on what you can control, because the boos and the reaction of the fans, you know, the only thing that will change is just by good performance.
Kiner Falefa gets in there to steal second. On ball 3 to Higashioka. So the Yankees really said, oh, it was a called strike on Higgy. So Higgy is down on strikes as Kiner Falefa steals second.
Well, good job by Kiner Falefa. Just Perez did a good throw to second base.
So Kiner Falefa steals second, but Higashioka down on strikes, so now it's left for LeMahieu. Double play no longer a problem thanks to the stolen base. That has ended 2 prior threats in this game. Second and third one out, infield in for LeMahieu. All one.
And DJ is little by little, he's been feeling good at the plate. You know, you could see him that early in the year he was swinging the bat well, getting through a little funk, and now he's just starting to basically put good at bats and going back to his routine to staying in the middle, right center of the field.
2-0 on LeMahieu. And a conversation now between Perez and Keller. Judge waiting on deck. That is so rare for DJ, who has been incredible with runners in scoring position in his Yankee career. Had a single and a walk in the series opener yesterday, a single already tonight. Two-0. That just catches the inside corner. Nicely located sinker. 2-1.
You know, you can see Mitch Keller just throwing and pounding that sinker inside.
LeMahieu grounds it up the middle into center field. A base hit. 2 runs will score. The Yankees finally break through on a 2-run single from DJ LeMahieu. And it's 2-0 Yankees.
Well, that was a real good at-bat by DJ LeMahieu. Just being patient and looking for a pitch to hit, sinker down the middle, staying in the middle of the field, understanding that these 2 runs right here have value for the Yankees. Just great job, great balance. DJ being DJ, just keeping the thing inside.
Now Judge drives one in the air to center. Reynolds back at the wall, leaping, and it's off the wall. LeMahieu had to hold up a bit. He's being waved home from third. Here's the throw. It is in time. LeMahieu is cut down at the plate for the second out of the inning. An aggressive send from Rojas at third after LeMahieu didn't get out of the gates great as he was waiting to see whether or not the ball was going to be caught.
Well, great slide by DJ, trying to avoid the tag, just trying to go in away from the catcher. But Perez did a good job. Once he got that ball, you could see Perez sliding to attack DJ. I agree with you, Ryan, and just like ball bounce in the outfield, and you know, Rojas thought that DJ couldn't make it to home plate.
So LeMahieu cut down at home for the second out. And that is a terrific throw and tag from Van Meter and Perez to just nail LeMahieu. Obviously, it took that to get him, which is why you send him if you're Rojas. It's bang, bang. The counter is you could have second and third one out. Two on Carpenter, who's 1 for 2 with a double. Judge, by the way, we talked about his struggles lately, the last 11 games, hitting sub 150. He now has 2 hits tonight.
Yeah, what I like about his 2 hits is just that he has really stayed inside those 2 baseballs, which to me, he's letting the ball travel. I think he was a little bit up front with everything, and now he's just making that adjustment to let the ball travel, just letting the ball get deep and trusting your hands.
The 0-2. Tapped, foul.
You know, Aaron Judge is so strong that if you're a hitting coach and you want to give him an advice, you will tell him don't think about home run because you're so strong. That ball right there, anyone else is on the warning track. Yeah. That ball is not hitting the wall. But because he's so strong, that ball can't carry. And, you know, just the fact that he's letting the ball travel, it will put him in a better position going forward.
Judge leads off second. 2 runs already in. It's 1 and 2 on Carpenter. Keller at 79 pitches. Yankees with 8 hits already tonight. Carpenter down on strikes to end the threat, but the Yankees finally break through. A leadoff walk from Gallo, a big steal from IKF, then a single that drives in 2 from LeMahieu, and the Yankees have a 2-0 lead.
And then why?
Okay, honey, time for bed. Your pixies can wait till tomorrow.
They're elves. Yes.
To all the fans who go deep, keep going. See where it takes you. Prime Video.
The Earth's gravity changes in spring, when water moves in a mass-altering dance. Maybe that's why in spring, we're drawn in new directions, pulled out of hibernation and pushed into action. So be bold, make the shift, and gravitate to greatness.
Current eligible lessees get this low mileage lease on this 2022 Cadillac XT5 for around $469 per month. Visit your local Cadillac dealer today.
I've traveled every road in this here land. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. Across the deserts bare, man. I breathe the mountain air, man. I travel, I've had my share, man. I've been everywhere. I've been to Pittsburgh, Parkersburg, Gravelburg, Colorado, Ellen City, Cedar City, Dodge City, what a pity. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere.
Carlos, you know what that music means. Trivia time. Who are the 6 MVPs in Pirates history?
collaboration.
Yes.
From you. I mean, last night I felt like I was on an island in trivia, Carlos.
I will try.
Severino now gets to pitch with a lead as Cruz goes around 0-1. I know one of the answers right out the gate.
Yes.
We had some great wine at his museum last night.
Great time. Good conversations.
Fantastic.
Good team bonding, right?
Absolutely.
Right?
Let me tell you, the Carlos Beltran curated experience, it's next level.
I try.
You succeed. 2-1 on Cruz. Which, for anyone who is traveling to Pittsburgh, the Roberto Clemente Museum is a must. It is fantastic. You walk in it and instantly you can feel the history and the magnitude of that man.
It's a beautiful place. You know, once you enter, you could see the pictures, the dim lights.
Yeah.
It's just like the scene is just beautiful. I mean,
Torres, oh, he's getting a workout out there. Will he make the throw? Not quite in time as O'Neal Cruz reaches. And now Torres is fiddling with his left hand wrist area a little bit.
Well, it's a nice try by Torres, just being able to catch this ball right here. You know, the ground is so wet. He kept sliding. He really couldn't turn himself to make a good throw to third base.
And it looks like Carlos's left hand with the glove just gets caught underneath right there a little bit, which is maybe why he was flexing it out afterwards. That ends a string of 12 straight Pirates retired by Severino.
Just a nice try, nice effort. You know, you could see Gleyber Torres feeling more comfortable, right? The way he's been playing, the way he's been swinging the bat after, you know, not having the years in the previous years. You could see him that he's working hard to try to be a good defender, a solid hitter, and just great to see him like going out there and playing the game hard every day.
1-0 on Gamble. Went around 1-1. We talk about the improved defense from the Yankees as a team, and you know that's one of the areas where they've improved a lot, because Torres at short was a sub-average defender. At second, he has been a big plus when it comes to his defense. That's a huge just internal improvement from a positional change.
I mean, I thought the Yankees were thinking that he could play shortstop at a very high level. They realized that he's better at second base, where he was before, when he was able to put that big year, right? And, you know, as a young player, a lot of times, you know, you have a good season, you have a good year, and you think that will happen every day automatically. And honestly, it requires work, it requires effort, and he's really have done that.
1-2 here on Gamble. Able to take that slider, and it's 2-2. Runner goes. Pitch is skied in the air to left. Gallo back with room, plenty of it. Makes the catch. One down. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted
in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees. Severino pitch count in really good shape thus far. The Yankees have a rested bullpen. Michael Perez hits with 1 on, 1 out, and it's 0-1.
Well, after the 2 runs the Yankees were able to put in, you know, for sure give Severino a little bit of breather, you know, and an opportunity for him to continue to execute pitches and give the Yankees an opportunity to go deep in the game.
He's out. Severino picks off Cruz for the 2nd out of the inning. O'Neal Cruz says, no, I'm safe, and he's staying there. Let's see.
I like that. It's close.
Let's see. There was instant conviction from Cruz. Woo.
Yeah, that's a close play.
That's really close.
Pittsburgh is challenging the out call at first base.
Maybe the hand is on it just before the glove is. Looks like the hand may just get in there before the glove does. But remember, we've seen a couple of these recently with the Yankees where it looks like it's probably overturnable, but there hasn't been quite conclusive evidence enough, and the call on the field has stood, even if it wasn't confirmed.
I'm being 0 for 2 on those, thinking that they're going to overturn the call, and the call stayed.
It looks like the hand is in there just before the glove, but it's close. Like, is the hand on there? Wow. You know, it's so close, Carlos, that they...
The call is overturned. The runner is safe. Okay. Pittsburgh retains their challenge.
All right, there you go. So if Cruz was 6'6" and a half instead of 6'7", he'd be out right
now. That's true. I mean, long arms.
So 0-1 on Perez. And Cruz stays at first with 1 out. Fly ball. Left center. Gallo. 2 down. In case you're just joining us, this game had a 1 hour, 9-minute rain delay. Luis Severino got into big trouble in the first. Gave up a leadoff single to Key Brian Hayes, then a double to Brian Reynolds. But after falling behind Jack Sawinski 3-0, got him to pop out to second, struck out Vogelback, got a ground out from Tsutsugo, and he has been in total control since. Yankee dugouts get peppered with foul balls today. Deal 1. Go around 1-1.
Cruz has great speed at first. Three and one now on Van Meter, the number 9 hitter in the order.
You know, so far Severino in the game, 40 fastball, 19 sliders, so only 6 changes and only cut fastball, only 4. So basically he just being fastball, slider, and he has been able to pitch extremely well.
Cruz leads off first. The 3-1. In there for a strike. Dropped a slider at the top of the zone, and the count is full.
So unfair as a hitter. 3-1. You know, I'm thinking fastball 90, 97. You know, Severino has 97 in the tank. All of a sudden, he decided to throw a slider. I mean, so unfair. Now, as a hitter, what are you thinking? What are you looking for? Should I think fastball? Should I think slider? I don't know. In my case, I would look for fastball.
And that was to the number 9 hitter that he's dropping in a 3-1 slider. Runner will be off. 3-2, 2 outs. Pitch. Grounded to first. LeMahieu off the slider. Severino gets out of it. We go to the 6th. 2-0 Yankees.
Every drive is a joyride. The thrilling Audi sedan family.
Sunshine on my shoulder makes me happy. Sunshine in my eyes can make me cry. If I had a day that I could give you, I'd give to you a day just like today, yeah. Sunshine on my shoulder makes me happy.
When safe drivers save for not answering their phone while driving, they feel like a big deal.
Did you get the ice?
Even if they forgot the ice. Save up to 30% on auto insurance with USAA Safe Pilot. Get a quote today.
Take a look at tonight's injury report brought to you by Montefiore Einstein, state-of-the-art healthcare in New York City, Westchester, and the Hudson Valley. Anthony Rizzo, scratch from last night's lineup with lower back stiffness. Likely unavailable off the bench tonight, but Aaron Boone did say that Rizzo was definitely feeling better today, and he's dealt with this in the past, usually just a couple-day thing. So not doing anything baseball-wise, getting treatment, and hopefully an opportunity to play this weekend against the Red Sox in this 4-game set as it's topped up the middle. Van Meter, the throw outstanding.
But that's a great news, you know, just to find out that he's okay, that he's recuperating. You know, no doubt Anthony Rizzo, he's just a great defender and a great presence in the clubhouse, and at the same time, he has, you know, even though the average is down this year, but he has found a way to come out with big hits and big home runs.
The slugging has been there, the on base as well. Torres cuts and misses, 0-1. Glaber doubled in the second, struck out in the fourth. Yankees have their 2 runs off a 2-run single from DJ LeMahieu.
You know, Ryan, going back to Mitch Keller and the adjustment that he has made as a pitcher, you know, in my career, I saw so many pitchers, the hitting coach and analytics came to them and told them, you know, we need you to make adjustment. We need you to throw this pitch better than that one. And the response sometimes from those pitchers were like, I don't feel comfortable. I mean, this has been the way I have pitched all my career. I will continue to be the guy, you know, that I feel comfortable with. And to me, that's a social small mentality, right?
Cruz uses the length and the cannon to still nip Torres despite the stumble. Wow.
You know, well ball hit by Torres, but you could see O'Neill just making this play and the arm strength just to get Torre out.
Your thought on that stumble? Okay, now Torres is going to be safe, but this is a man who could throw at 97 miles an hour. And yeah, you're going to like that if you're on the mound. So, Carlos, you were saying to make that adjustment then for Keller, that's a big deal.
Yeah, it is a big deal, you know, and the fact that he wasn't small-minded, he was open to listen, open to try it. And you know what? Just one little change can basically add years to your career in baseball.
The big change for Keller was significantly reducing how much he threw the fastball and starting to throw a sinker, which he had never thrown. Donaldson lifts that in the air to left field and deep. Sawinski will watch it fly. Josh Donaldson breaking through. A solo shot. His 7th of the year. And the Yankee lead is 3-0.
Well, great job for Donaldson. First at bat, hit the ball extremely well. This time around, hit it out of the ballpark. This could be a sign that he's turning around.
He and Aaron Boone have both talked about him showing signs lately, hitting the ball in the air a little bit more. Saw that in Cleveland, had a big double, and tonight 2 hits, including this.
What is impressive right here is that just a first pitch curveball. I mean, or he have to be looking for that, or he was so good recognizing that pitch that basically saw it with so much time and was able to hit it so well.
First home run since June 19th at Toronto for Donaldson. Now Gallo absolutely unloads. Where will it land? On the yellow umbrellas. Joey Gallo with a bomb to right center. Boy, was that stroke needed. His 10th of the year. And Donaldson and Gallo go back-to-back. It's 4-0 Yankees.
And there's no doubt that Gallo possesses a lot of power. You know, when he hit the ball, he can really impact the ball extremely well. So you can see the celebration. You can see right here, Joey Gallo right down the middle. Previous at bat, he missed 2 balls right in the same zone. This time around, he was able to connect. As soon as he hit it, he knows that ball is out of the ballpark. Just good to see Joey Gallo coming through, being able to experience a good result. And you could see the guys in the bench celebrating that. I mean, there's no doubt they're pulling for him.
first home run and RBI since June 17th at Toronto for Joey Gallo. IKF loops one, snared by Van Meter for the final out of the sixth. But the Yankees go back-to-back, a couple of hitters who really needed it. Donaldson first, and then Gallo follows, and it's 4-0 Yankees.
Now tell me what happened. Somebody fed us bad intel. It was a setup.
We're gonna get through this, okay?
I think I'm losing my mind.
This mission is over.
You're putting us in an untenable position here.
I'm not going to tell you again. Stay off my list.
The Terminal List. New series now streaming on Prime Video.
Travel pillows? We've been wearing them the wrong way.
Shut up. You gotta share this with Rachel.
This is how we should swaddle her. Could have been doing that the whole time.
Here's how to fold a fitted sheet.
Period.
Did you know you're supposed to twist the seasoning bottle, not shake it?
Twist it.
Flamingos are born gray, not pink.
Nature's beautiful.
This is how you do bone and chicken wings.
Hubba. You twist it, don't shake it. TikTok taught me.
When you have technology that's easier to control, that can scale across all your clouds,
We got that, right?
We got that.
it's easier to be an innovator. So you can do more incredible things.
The biggest rivalry in baseball returns tomorrow night. The Yankees road trip continues with the first of 4 in Boston. Full batting practice and pregame coverage starts at 6 o'clock. Then first pitch from Fenway comes your way shortly after 7 o'clock on Yes, New York's most watched sports network, in your home of the first place New York Yankees. Well, the Yankees get a couple of big swings in the 6th. Donaldson and Gallo go back-to-back with 2 outs. Donaldson's first since June 19th. Gallo's first since June 17th. Montefiore Einstein scoreboard. Sevy, who's been dealing, is working with a 4-0 lead. Here's a strike from Severino. You know, for Gallo, Carlos, not just the homer, but the leadoff walk in the 5th started the rally, scored the first run. Aaron Boone, we heard the clip earlier before the game, was just talking about trying to find some little positives for him. And maybe at some point you can build on it. But you feel good for Gallo because it has been rough to watch him for essentially the whole season.
Bro, there's no doubt that, you know, with that home run, some of his weights that he's been carrying, you know, he let go of that a little bit. You still wants to do that type of production day in and day out. And I'm not thinking about home run. I'm thinking about good at-bats. I'm thinking about being able to walk often, being able to hit the ball hard, you know, and that's something that the inconsistency of Joey Gallo not being able to put back-to-back or maybe a week of those results has allowed him to struggle the way he has. But good to see him going deep, you know, and good to see his teammates also celebrating and enjoying Joey Gallo going around the bases.
He's got to deal with some gnats out there in left field, looks like. Severino taking a little extra time here. Back to the mound, Severino. It's dug up beautifully by LeMahieu for the first down. All right, Carlos, it's time for the trivia answer. The question will remind all of you who are the 6 MVPs in Pirates history. What do you got for us, Carlos?
Well, I gotta go with the old timers.
Okay.
Parker, Stargirl.
Okay.
Clemente.
Yep.
You know, I will guess Barry Bonds have to be there.
Yes. Got all those, and then add in McCutchen and Dick Groat. Now, Paul Wainer won the League Award in 1927, which was a precursor to the MVP, which started in 1931. That's hit hard. Torres couldn't get to that one. He has been tested in short right field many times tonight, but Reynolds slips one by for a single.
You know, just good at bat by Reynolds. He's been putting good at bats in yesterday. First time around, double. This time base hit to right field. Just Glaber was trying to make that catch.
Looked like it kind of skipped down off the wet grass.
It's wet grass, and that's what happened. When it's wet grass, a lot of time that ball will skip a little bit faster than usual.
So here's Sawinski. Hunter on first, one out. Yankees leading 4-0. Carlos, very nice job with the trivia tonight. The bounce back performance was impressive.
Thank you, thank you. I tried. I mean, 2 guesses, and I was right with them. Clemente, because I got help from the
truck?
From the truck.
Oh,
I got people in my ear.
Yeah, you do, huh?
Yeah.
So you don't want me to give you the credit anymore, huh?
No, don't give me the credit.
2-0 on Sawinski as Peralta warms in the Yankee pen. Severino at 83 pitches. And the Yankees are, throughout the season, always going to be monitoring Severino's innings a little bit just because of the lack of pitching that he's done over the last 3 seasons. Popped up. Third base, Donaldson. 2 down.
Well, there's no doubt that right now Severino he's cruising, literally. He's throwing fastball, slider. You know, he hasn't been able to basically use his whole repertoire. When the fastball is doing the work and the slider is doing the work, you can save all the speeches for later.
Look at that. He has not thrown more than 18 pitches in any inning. Here's Vogelback. Had a solo home run last night off of Jameson Taillon. Strike one on a slider. Pirates have been slugging lately. Since June 1st, they've hit the 3rd most home runs in the National League. Only the Braves and Phillies have hit more over that span. Oh, and 2 on Vogelback. .86 pitches for Severino. The 0-2. Try to change up. Missed down and in. 1-2.
.87 pitches for Severino so far. Just trying to get out of this inning. Hopefully, just go back for one more.
The 1-2. In the air to left field. Gallo drifts back, has room, inning over. 6 sparkling innings from Luis Severino. Yankees lead 4-0.
Want to tell me what happened? Somebody fed us bad intel. It's a setup.
We're gonna get through this, okay?
Think I'm losing my mind?
This mission is over.
You're putting us in an untenable position here.
I'm not gonna tell you again. Stay off my list.
The Terminal List. New series now streaming on Prime Video. There's really only one number that matters in sports. The number one. That's why FanDuel built the #1 rated sportsbook app with the most popular parlays and faster payouts, with winnings hitting your bank account in as little as 2 hours. So if you want the best, bet with the best. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get a $1,000 no-sweat first bet. Get up to $1,000 in free bets if your first bet doesn't win.
The leap of faith. Some hesitate, but not you. You don't ask what if. You embrace what's next with open arms. You don't question your decision. You double down. Because you know the thrill is worth it. Introducing the 2022 Telluride Nightfall Edition.
The Audi Electric Moment. Experience a fully electric Audi vehicle at your local tri-state Audi dealer today. Yankees have played some great defense today, Carlos.
Well, you could see Donaldson making a great play and Severino acknowledging that. And you can see also here, Gleyber Torres just going to the glove side, making a good catch and also a good throw to third base, playing a good defense. Big improvement for the Yankees this year.
Luis Severino, pitch count is still in good shape, but it looks like his night may very well be done. We're talking about how the Yankees are going to be monitoring, stealing an inning here or there where they can with Severino. Tyler Beatty is the new pitcher for the Pirates. Sevy's 6 outstanding innings. Gave up a leadoff single and then a double in the first, and wiggled out of that without allowing a run, and was dominant moving forward. And apparently is surprising Gleyber Torres with whatever he's saying.
Yeah, Gleyber's acting like, what? Look at that. What are you talking about?
It's a very memeable face that Gleyber's giving us. Here's Higashioka, 0 for 2, a couple of strikeouts. This is a very animated conversation, Carlos.
It kind of looks to me like a Severino is giving Gleyber Torres a hard time, you know, for that play.
Oh, where he spun and fell. Higashioka smashes one to center field. Reynolds will watch it go into the grass for Kyle Higashioka, his 5th of the year. The Yankees' 3rd of the night, and it's 5-0 Bombers.
Oh, great swing by Kyle. Hitting this ball. Fastball right in the middle. No mixing it, you know, and that's, as a hitter, when you don't mix those type of pitches and you connect to them, this is what happens. You get good results. So Kyle Higashioka going straight center. You can see Trevino celebrating. I mean, it's just been great to watch those two guys helping each other and honestly, like, feeling happy for each other.
Nothing Yankees. We've seen that all season, Carlos. The way those two collaborate, root for each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fun to watch them just talking after inning, celebrating like the day the Trevino had a walk-off. You know, Higashioka was the first one out. Now you see Higgy just going deep and Trevino just jumping around in the dugout. I mean, I think that the Yankees, credit to them, honestly, being able to add Trevino to this ball club and believing in Kyle Higashioka after the spring training that he had this year.
3-0 on LeMahieu. They have a few guys who could really use the swings they've had tonight, who've gotten them. Donaldson, 2 hits in that home run. Gallo, a walk and that home run. Higashioka with that home run. See if any of that unlocks them moving forward. Mayhew thought he had ball 4, but it catches the outside corner. 3-2.
You know, Ryan, I always felt, you know, that when I make hard contact, that translated for me into confidence. Because I know that I'm hitting the ball hard. Sometimes you get those cheap hits, but they don't translate into confidence because you know that you're not making consistent contact.
LeMahieu tops one right over second base. Cruz, and it's dropped. Dropped it first by Tsutsugo. And LeMahieu reaches. We'll see how they score it.
Oh, great job by O'Neill attacking this ball forward. You know, DJ just hustling, understanding that it's a big hop.
Boy, I think he just dropped that. That's not in the dirt or anything. We don't have the official scoring on it yet. Here's Judge. 2 hits already tonight, a single and a double. Well, to your point, Carlos, what you're talking about, what made you feel good, that's why the Major League Baseball front offices, baseball operations departments, that's why they look at exit velo, right? Because if you're dinking and dunking and getting lucky, that's not going to resonate with them, even if it's upping your batting average the way it does if you're smashing the ball right at people.
You know, you want to get lucky sometimes, but you have to understand that being lucky every time, it will not carry you long.
Yeah.
You know, that success will not carry yourself, you know, for a long period of time. You really want to make sure that you're making good contact, and exit velo, like you mentioned, is a way to value these day players. You know, now the sun, you know, you have the expected batting average based on exit velo. And an analytic department, that's what they keep track on.
That ruled an E3 with LeMahieu reaching. That misses down and away. 2-1. The 2-1. And Judge in the driver's seat. It is 3-1.
Well, so far, Tyler Beatty just been fastball slider, 2-pitch pitcher. You know, as a hitter, you would love for him to stay there with those 2 pitches. 3-1 count. Aaron Judge have to be looking for a pitch to drive. Make sure you take your A swing right here.
Instead, he'll take ball 4. So first and second, nobody out. Hey, tomorrow night, watch WNBA All-Star Sabrina Ionescu, Natasha Howard, and the New York Liberty take on the Phoenix Mercury. Big game for playoff implications. Coverage begins at 10 o'clock, streaming live on the Yes app. Yes is New York's most watched sports network, and your home for the Liberty and the first place New York Yankees. Derek Shelton has not seen a lot of answers from Beatty here in this seventh. Already a 5-0 Yankees lead, first and second. Nobody out, and Carpenter up, batting third tonight. Runners go, throw down to third, not in time. LeMahieu and Judge with the double steal.
DJ understanding the position of the third baseman and knowing that he can get to third base. You know, as an infielder, a lot of times you take a peek of your third baseman where he's playing. If you can get a good jump, you can go. You don't want to be the first out at third base either, but you want to make sure that when you go, it's kind of like 100% chance that you're going to make it.
I think he picked up something on Beatty's delivery that made him so confident.
It's got to be that. Also, it's got to be probably the third baseman position. You know, a lot of times when you're at second base, you could see the ball in the pitcher's hand when you're at second base. And if you see a grip, you see a tendency. A lot of time, you know, guys gripping certain pitches, they're not going to throw. They're not going to make a pickoff throw. They're going to go to home. So a lot of times, if you can see that, you could go for sure.
So if you see, let's say, Beatty has a curveball grip in the glove, then you know, all right, he's not going to attempt to pick off here.
I mean, if you see spike curveball, or you see something different, let's say he's gripping a changeup, right? And you're at second base, you know that he's gripping a changeup, he's not going to throw to second base. He's committed to go to home. So it's all about getting a good jump and trying to get there.
The 2-1. Carpenter flies it into shallow left. Coming on Sawinski, and LeMahieu's going to stay put. One away.
And those are free bags. They're so free.
Yeah.
Because you know from the get-go what he's going to deliver to home plate. The only job that you have is make sure you get a good jump, make sure you understand who's behind the plate, and just take the first step forward and then go to third base. DJ LeMahieu did an amazing job there. It's a free bag for Aaron Judge.
Yeah, you'll take that.
Of course I do.
And the Yankees have done a really nice job of taking advantage of those situations this season. High and into Stanton.
Giancarlo's 0 for 3 today, but now with an opportunity to open this game even more.
Second and third, one out. 1-0 on Stanton. That's called a strike, and yeah, Stanton's upset. He knew that was off, and he was right.
Good action, good changeup right there by Beatty, you know, just off the plate.
That one misses low. 2-1 on Stanton. LeMahieu leads off third, Judge off second. 1 run already in this inning on the solo home run from Higashioka. Stanton pops one behind the plate foul, and it's 2-2. Every Yankee with a hit tonight except for Giancarlo Stanton. trying to join the party, as our old colleague Ken Singleton would say. Infield in. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Stanton down on strikes.
Slider by Beatty. Getting Giancarlo to chase way off plate.
So now it's left to Torres. Try and really break it open. Oh, and 1.
These are the bats that you want to battle with 2 outs. You know, as a hitter, you want to make sure you win this at bat. You want to make sure you get that hit, get those 2 RBIs. They're difficult to get, but when you get them, man, they feel so good.
Torres watching Torres. The 1-1. Sounds like somebody's doing the Ric Flair scream over and over and over again. It's a very full of pizzazz gentleman in the upper deck, letting it fly vocally. And it's 3-1 on Torres. Torres ahead, 3-1. And there is ball 4. Torres almost looked disappointed, like he wanted a chance to hit. But he works a walk. He's on for the second time tonight. And now Donaldson, who's had a really big night, a single and a homer, will hit with bases loaded.
So good discipline by Gleyber, being able to lay off the pitch and stay with it. You know, there's no doubt that he wanted to hit there. He wanted to look for a pitch that he could drive, but great job recognizing that ball, and great job just maintaining his balance and letting that ball travel and recognizing there was a ball.
Mattress Firm's Season of Dreams sweepstakes could take you to the MLB at Field of Dreams game. Go to MLB.com/Season of Dreams to view official rules and to enter today.
Some rain starting to fall again here in Pittsburgh. We had a 1 hour and 9 minute rain delay at the start, and some light rain falling now. There were thunderstorms in the forecast for each of these 2 days. Yesterday they held off, and today the rain came just as the Yankees were about to take batting practice. Yankees will be delayed because of that in their arrival into Boston. Start of a 4-game set tomorrow against the Red Sox, with the first 2 on yes. See Donaldson's career numbers with the bases loaded, they are outstanding. 378 batting average. Bases loaded, 2 out. Beatty has already thrown 27 pitches in the inning. just at the bottom of the zone, and it's 0-1. LeMahieu, Judge, and Torres. Game 82, the start of the numerical second half of the season for the Yankees. That one just missed, 1-1. And old friend Manny Banuelos warming in the Pirates' pen.
Well, sometimes that's what you need. A little trade, a little opportunity to start over again. You know, and Banuelos would have the opportunity with the Pirates to show what he can do at this level. Unfortunately, with the Yankees, very crowded bullpen, and he wasn't going to be able to pitch much. So hopefully he can have a long and healthy career with the Pirates.
And you feel good that he at least got the chance to stand on the mound at Yankee Stadium in the pinstripes, which was a dream of his. 2-1 here on Donaldson. Bases loaded, 2 out. Yankees with a 5-0 lead. The pitch. That just catches the bottom of the zone, and it's 2-2.
Just well executed pitch right there by Beatty. His fastball in the corner, down. So difficult for a hitter to basically try to swing at something like that. You know, you want that ball, but you want it a little higher in the strike zone.
Here comes the 2-2 from Beatty. And the count is full on Donaldson with 2 outs. So on the delivery here, you are going to start the merry-go-round. And Aaron Boone letting them know. LeMahieu, Judge, and Torres will all take off on the release. The 3-2. Fouled straight back. It is incredible, Carlos, watching where Torres was before that ball was even released by Beatty. He had walked almost all the way midway between first and second. You see he's smiling about it. Yeah. Look at him just. Beatty had stepped off, he would have been in trouble. Torres takes off early again as Donaldson shoots one down the right field line. Foul.
You know, I like what Donaldson is doing right here. He understands that Beatty has a good slider, so he's being late on the fastball. And he's being late on the fastball because in the back of his mind, the slider is there. So he doesn't want to be too aggressive. So I love the fact that he's just trying to stay late and be in the middle of the field. He's not trying to pull the ball.
Torres is getting such a jump that he might be able to score on a single here, depending on how hard it's hit and where it's placed.
Yeah, you want to be aggressive, but you don't want to be too far away from the bag where the pitcher might step up.
And you could see he was kind of saying, okay, I'll calm it down a bit. The 3-2. Donaldson fights off another, put on a really nice at bat here.
Yeah, it's tough for a hitter to sell out on a pitch when you know that Beatty has a good fastball 97 and a good slider. I mean, 86 miles per hour slider, 97 miles per hour fastball, so you can't really go thinking, I'm going to go for the fastball. You know, and Donaldson is doing an incredible job just being able to be a tick late.
Ninth pitch of the at-bat upcoming. Bases remain loaded. 2 out. 3-2 pitch. Runners will be off. The delivery. Swing and a miss. Beatty wins the battle and strands 3. But the Yankees put another run on the board. Kyle Higashioka goes yard. It's 5-0 Bombers.
It's time for an unforgettable New York summer.
It's a summertime thing. It's a summertime thing. Summertime thing. It's a summertime thing.
Find your summertime thing in New York. Plan it all at iloveny.com/summer.
We always believed the welcoming spirit was a small town thing. Turns out, we were wrong. Wherever Jim Beam is welcome, he'll be welcome too.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop.
And we're the Antonellis.
Do good, eat good.
That's our mission.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because it gives us unlimited 2% cash back on everything we buy.
And it has no preset spending limit, so our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. We use our 2% cash back to help cover our employees' healthcare costs.
That's how we take care of our most valuable asset.
Our people. It may sound cheesy,
but we like it that way. What's in your wallet?
It is time for your Ford Studio Update. Bob and Jack with you. The Yankees offense finally breaking through in the 5th and 6th innings, but the entire game, Luis Severino had this team on his shoulders.
Offense very nice to see, but Severino's pitching even more impressive, Bob. He retired 18 of the last 20 batters that he faced. I think he had the best four-seam fastball that we've seen him have all year, and he featured it a lot. Great signs for the Yankees.
Yankees bullpen will try to close it out from here. We look forward to seeing you on the postgame. Ryan, Carlos, back to you.
All right, Bob, Jack, we look forward to hearing more from you on the postgame on the Cadillac game summary. Yankees with 5 runs on 11 hits. Pirates have not dented the scoreboard yet. 6 outstanding innings from Luis Severino and LeMahieu. The blow that got the Yankees on the scoreboard first, a 2-run single in the 5th. Wandy Peralta will relieve Luis Severino. Outstanding numbers on the season. Opponent sitting just 183 against him. Aaron Boone's team make a defensive change here. Aaron Hicks comes into the game in left field. And Joey Gallo will move over to right with Carpenter now out of the game. Carpenter made his first start in the outfield since 2013. First pitch swinging, and Tsutsugo fouls it off his foot.
You know, Ryan, I like what Aaron Boone did today. Honestly, just putting Mark Carpenter in right field and putting Joey Gallo in left field, understanding that left field has big outfield and right field there is just a less action. Did a good job. Just, you know, making sure that he protected Carpenter in the outfield. You know, understanding that Gallo is a better defender in right field, you know, he decided to put him in left field. And now, you know, just making the change and making the outfielder even better.
And one of the things Aaron Boone talked about the other day was at Fenway, we may see Giancarlo Stanton in the outfield, but in left field rather than right. We saw that in Houston. And you said you can expect to see that at some point at Fenway as well. Easier to play left than right there. Same thing with Houston. Popped up off the mound. Peralta there. So is Higashioka. 1 down. Catch NYCFC on Yes next Wednesday as the boys in blue head to Texas for a matchup with FC Dallas. Coverage presented by Montefiore begins at 8:30, streaming on the Yes app. You're watching the Yes Network, New York's most watched sports network, in your home for NYCFC and the first place New York Yankees. Here's O'Neal Cruz. In case you don't know the story by now, was named after Paul O'Neal. Paul said he was torn. Who to root for yesterday? The Yankees or his namesake? Big swing and a miss there, 1-1. What have you thought of Cruz thus far, watching him, Carlos, in these two games?
Very smooth on shortstop. I like his stance, hitting, simple, balanced swing. And like I mentioned before, you know, he will have to find a way to make the adjustments. Being a younger player in the league, you know, pitchers are going to find your holes.
Like that?
Yeah, and you have to be willing to make those adjustments just basically to give yourself a chance when you're hitting.
2 out as Cruz is down on strikes, and here's Ben Gamel. Yesterday was Gamel's first game since May 28th. He had missed 34 games with a left hamstring strain. Spent 7 seasons in the Yankees organization, 2010 to 2016.
Yeah, and with those type of injuries, you want to make sure that you're 100% when you get back. You don't want to hesitate. You don't want to feel like you can't push it, you can't stretch it, base it into a double. Or maybe a double into a triple, or maybe scoring from second base. You know, you want to make sure that when you get back, you're 100%.
Little quick pitch there from Peralta. He'll do that sometimes, and it ends the inning. LeMahieu touches up first. We go to the 8th, 5-0 Yanks.
Strike 3. Swing and a miss. Going back Hernandez. Tie game. Here comes Tanner Falefa, and the celebration begins.
Ukraine remains under attack. Millions of people have fled, creating the fastest growing refugee crisis in modern history. Children and families are seeking safety. AmeriCares is responding with critical medicine and supplies, and we're working alongside local partners to get aid where it's most needed. For more than 40 years, AmeriCares has met health needs after natural disasters and in humanitarian crises. We know health is essential for everyone's future. Now AmeriCares is protecting the health of children and adults caught in this terrible crisis. In Ukraine and in the surrounding countries, there is a critical need for medicines, medical supplies, and ongoing health care. So let's work together. Together, we can improve health. Together, we can save lives. Learn how at americares.org/help Ukraine.
Join me for a brand new series, Well Life NYC. I am so excited to get into this. Let's get well, New York. I feel good. I feel set up for success. Well Life NYC, now on the Yes app.
Tomorrow, the game's biggest rivalry.
It's the New York Yankees against the Boston Red Sox.
Reignites on Yes. Yankees versus Red Sox. Coverage starts tomorrow at 6 on Yes, New York's most watched sports network.
For the best coverage of the game, let's check out the T-Mobile coverage cam. How about Joey Gallo's home run last time up, Carlos?
Well, great result by Joey Gallo. Pitch right down the middle. You could see his teammates celebrating him. Just a good feeling being able to hit that ball out of the ballpark, but also the previous at bat, getting the walk, and the good results, that really can develop into confidence for Joey Gallo. So you want Joey Gallo to continue to put quality at bats and good at bats and continue to hit the ball hard.
He had a leadoff walk, Carlos talking about the fifth, that started the Yankees' rally, and their first runs came on a 2-run single later that frame off of LeMahieu. Here's Manny Banuelos, acquired from the Yankees on Sunday. You see his numbers in his 4 games with the Yankees, and good numbers in the minors as well, and all of you are so familiar by now with his wonderful story. He will face Gallo, IKF, and Higashioka on the Hyundai scoreboard. Yankees 5, Pittsburgh nothing, at the top of the 8th. Carlos, I want to go back to something you were talking about earlier in the game, and it's the adjustment to New York. And you're talking about it in regard to Gallo, who clearly up until this point has struggled mightily with the adjustment to New York. You're a different player, and any struggles you have were not in the same stratosphere as what Gallo has gone through. But when you first signed that big deal with the Mets, I know New York, it weighed on you a little bit as well, right?
It did, and I didn't understood the environment. I didn't understood a lot of things. The reaction from the fans was something that was new to me, and I put attention to it. And at the same time, I kind of went away a little bit from the things that I needed to focus on. And thanks God I was able to make that adjustment. I was able to concentrate in the things that I could control. That was coming to the ballpark, putting the work, and preparing myself to play the game. And thanks God I was able to turn it around. So that's why I always said that New York could be a heavy weight on a lot of players, but at the same time also can make you a better player because it's a very demanding fan base that you're playing for.
Dialed you into your routine even more eventually?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I did that. Thanks God I was able to do that transition of just understanding that I was doing other things and focusing in other areas that I shouldn't focus on, or maybe that I didn't have the control. The only control that I have going to the ballpark was like doing my preparation, make sure that I did my lifting, make sure that I did my rehab, and make sure that I also did my work in the cage and approach batting practice with the right approach.
2-2 here on Gallo. Leading off the 8th with the Yankees leading 5-0. And Gallo down on strikes. One away as Banuelos strikes out Gallo. Meredith, we talked so much with Manny with the Yankees this season about what a wonderful story it was. And Aaron Boone had talked about how he was hoping Banuelos would end up back at AAA, so he was still in the system, but also would be happy for him if he got another big league opportunity, and obviously he got one here with the Pirates.
Unfortunately, it was not to be with the New York Yankees for the rest of the season, and Manny Banuelos spoke in the clubhouse today and seemed almost excited to see some familiar faces in the New York media and said, look, it's tough to get DFA'd. No player ever wants to get DFA'd, but what he will remember is getting the opportunity to pitch at the big league level as a New York Yankee, something that he has always wanted to do throughout the course of his career. And one thing for him, he said, you just have to keep going and never give up, as Kiner Falefa singles here in the 8th inning. He said you got to just persevere. It may not be with the Yankees, but he's pitching because he loves baseball. He wants to continue to pitch. He knows he could pitch at the big league level, and now the Pirates are giving him the opportunity to do so, and he is determined to make the most of it. But that appearance at Yankee Stadium, I spoke to him after it, Ryan, and he had been waiting so long to put on those pinstripes and pitch in the Bronx.
Ended up getting the championship belt, too. A really nice story in the midst of what's been a special season thus far for the Yankees. So Kiner Falefa with his second hit of the game. Here's Higashioka, homered his last time up, 1-0.
I mean, and now he has an opportunity on his hands to continue to make a name for himself with a new organization, new team, younger team. The Pirates are an organization. They're into a rebuilding process. So Banuelos will have the opportunity to show his skills, the way he pitches, the way he gets people out. And hopefully he can win a better spot on the roster.
$32,414 fans tonight in attendance at PNC Park. Last night had their first sellout here since July of 2019. And who knows, maybe if not for the rain, you would have had another sellout tonight. But a big crowd nonetheless. Many have gone home now as this game has gone deep into the night after the hour-plus rain delay. Higgy works a walk. But it's been a fun atmosphere, just great energy around the ballpark and the city for these 2 days. And Aaron Boone was asked, Carlos, earlier today about kind of the burden it can be for a team when you know you're always going to get the opponent's best shot, which is what the Yankees so often experience, and especially this year's Yankees. He said, I think it helps our guys. I think it breaks things up. It energizes them through the course of a long, monotonous season, coming into a city like this and feeling the atmosphere. You hear the "Let's Go Yankees" chants as LeMahieu takes ball one.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a good feeling. I mean, as a player, when you're visiting a city that is not your hometown, and you get to see the fans on your side and cheering for you, and that's I mean, the atmosphere at the hotel, the fans waiting for the players, right? A lot of kids, a lot of action. It kind of remind me like the Yankees in the 90s, where those teams were like a rock star. Every city they went, fans all over the place, fans, just chasing the players, and the Yankees have really created that this year. They're playing extremely well. They have the best record in baseball. They have, great players around. So it's fun that fans are really showing up and supporting the Yankees.
It's 3-0 on LeMahieu with Judge on deck and just one out here in the 8th. See if LeMahieu has the green light. He doesn't need it. It's ball 4, and the bases are loaded for Aaron Judge.
And it's got to be hard for me to judge right now Bañuelos' situation. All of a sudden, all these guys are your teammates, and now you're trying to get them out. So there's got to be an emotional situation for him on the mound right now. So you can see right now they're just having a meeting on the mound, just trying to calm him down.
Something Aaron Boone talked about a lot this week in the lead up to these games, knowing that Tyone, Cole were coming back, as well as Clay Holmes, as he said, it always hits you differently when you play a former team. He said the most sort of awkward times was if you played a team and your teammates shortly after you were with them. Said some time went by and it had been a year and a half, 2 years okay.
Yeah.
And he was talking more so about the start of one season after he left Cleveland and playing them at the beginning of the next year, not a couple days later like this with Bañuelos.
I mean, Bañuelos is just a couple of days ago, he was shaking hands with all these guys, and now all of a sudden, you have this task to basically get them out. So, I mean, emotions are there, but the key is that he just have to find a way to control those emotions and hopefully, continue to do his job.
Here is Judge, bases loaded, one out. Big swing and a miss as Judge chased that sinker, 0-1. 2 career grand slams for Aaron Judge, who has been on base 3 times tonight, a single, a double, a walk, and a stolen base. Judge hammers that. High, deep, and grand. Aaron Judge clears the bases with home run number 30. A grand slam into the Pittsburgh night. And the Yankees have broken it way open.
Well, you could see Aaron Judge and the reaction of the fans. Grand slam. There's a great satisfaction as a hitter when you're capable of hitting grand slam. Help your team the way he has helped his team this year. 30 home runs before the All-Star game. Just a great season for Aaron Judge.
Third career grand slam for Judge. And it is a 9-0 Yankee lead. That is fair. Down the left field line. Aaron Hicks in his first at bat of the game has a double.
It's a good swing. Nice and easy, simple swing. Once he hit it, put head down. He knows the ball is out of the ballpark with his strength. 114.7 coming out of the Judge bat. Just a line drive over the left field wall.
For the fans who stayed through the rain delay and deep into this night, they're rewarded watching the Major League home run leader hit his 30th of the season. The night is over for Manny Benuelos.
A new car loses about 10% of its value the minute you drive off the lot. Or more. That's why Farmer's new car replacement pays to replace it with a new one of the same make and model. Get a whole lot of something with Farmer's policy perks.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
The great experiences you have in here and even out here all started here. Because the best customer experience always leaves a great impression. GMC, awarded #1 in sales satisfaction by J.D. Power. Step up to GMC with 0% financing on these GMC models. We are professional grade GMC.
Expert Victor! Let's invite Jacques.
Let's not invite Jacques.
Whoa! Sure, he struggles on conference calls, but he's such a dedicated employee.
You're right. Hey, Jacques.
Come join us.
Some strong winds.
Finding the perfect developer isn't easy, but at Upwork, we found her. She's in Prague, between the ideal cup of coffee and a truly impressive synthesizer collection. And you can find her right now on Upwork.com. When the world is your workforce, finding the perfect project manager, designer, developer, or whomever you may need tends to fall right into place. Find top-rated talent who can start today on Upwork.com.
Love the Pirates, but I love Aaron Judge.
I mean, how cool is that? That fan in a Clemente jersey, my favorite player. I love the Pirates, but I love Aaron Judge. And then going nuts watching Judge's 3rd career grand slam and his 30th home run of the season.
That's so cool. So cool.
Chris Stratton, the new pitcher for the Pirates. A forever moment for that fan. And for Judge, some history. Stanton takes ball 1. Now, Judge, 3 30 home run seasons within his first 7 career seasons. The only player in Yankees history with more 30 home run seasons within their first 7 career seasons, Joe DiMaggio, did it 5 times.
Imagine what he's going to be able to accomplish if at the end, maybe during the season, they're capable of agreeing on a deal.
He has absolutely increased his worth and delivered in every way you could possibly want him to thus far this season, including Hal Steinbrenner meeting the media earlier today, highlighting not just on the field but off. Hal really wanted to drive home the leadership that Judge has brought this season. As Stanton works a 4-pitch walk.
You know, if you take a look at Aaron Judge interviews after the games, after getting the big hits, you know, it's just like he doesn't make it about him. He makes it about the team.
Yeah.
He makes it about his teammates. He makes it about giving credit to the guys out there that are making good plays, the pitchers. So that's what a leader is all about. It's about making sure that you take care of everyone in your ball club. And there's no doubt that he has been able to do that this year for the Yankees.
First and second one out. Torres takes high. We talk about the history for Judge. How about this as well? Aaron Judge becomes the first player in Yankee history with multiple 30 home run seasons before the All-Star break.
That's great.
We're not at the All-Star break. He has 30 home runs.
You know what was my goal when I played? I try to hit 30 in a year.
Yeah, exactly.
That was my goal. If I can hit 30 in the year, I'm putting in a good year. This guy's hitting 30 before the All-Star game. I mean, that's amazing.
Now, this is another incredible note along those lines. The only other player in American League history with 30-plus home runs in multiple seasons before the All-Star break, Ken Griffey Jr. That's it. Judge and Griffey in the history of the American League.
Yeah, that's amazing how you can watch this game every day and you could see history happen, you know, in different areas. Like today we get to see history. Tomorrow we might end up seeing history again.
Yeah.
You know, it's just so crazy how this game's been played for so long, and players, you know, continue to find ways to make history.
And we showed you the numbers. Judge had been somewhat under the radar, but scuffling of late.
Yes.
Last 11 games, hitting sub 150, but he has certainly broken out tonight. 3 hits, the grand slam, also has added in a walk, a stolen base, just in time to head to Fenway.
Yeah, I mean, big series coming forward, and you want the guys to start to feel hot at the plate just the right time.
Chapman has been warming for an eternity. Torres will work a walk. His second walk of the game. The bases are loaded again for Donaldson. Hicks a big smile at third. Stanton at second. And Torres at first. Donaldson has homered tonight. He is also singled. Strike one. Donaldson punches that. Right field. Gamble on the run. Can't get to it, and it is just foul. Deep in that tucked-in corner. We talked about it last at bat, Carlos. We have seen a real willingness to try and hit the ball the other way here tonight from Donaldson.
I mean, there's no doubt that he's working. He's working hard to try to find his rhythm. He's been pull conscious too much throughout the season, and he understands that pulling the ball a lot, will pull him deeper in the hole. So he's finding the way to basically stay in the middle of the field. Maybe a little bit too late, but the intention is good.
Yankees have pounded out 14 hits in this game. Fly ball. Center field. Will it be deep enough to score Hicks? Here he comes. The throw home is cut off. It's a sacrifice fly for Josh Donaldson, and the Yankees into double digits. It's a 10-0 lead. Here's Gallo, who walked in the 5th, came around to score the first Yankee run, and then homered in the 6th. His first home run, his first RBI since June 17th in Toronto. Pulled the string on it. 1-1.
Joey start the inning with a K this inning, and the Yankees, have been able to go through the line a second time around, hit him in the same inning. So this time around, you really want to win this at bat.
Yeah. Gallo hits that one in the air to right. Gamble is there, and that will end the inning. But the Yankees add 5 more for them on that swing. Grand slam number 3 in his career. Home run number 30 on the season. Judge.
Have heart failure and still experience unresolved symptoms? Heart failure and seemingly unrelated symptoms like carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, and lower back pain could mean something more serious called ATTR-CM, a rare underdiagnosed disease that worsens over time. So it's important to recognize the signs. Sound like you? Call your cardiologist and ask about ATTR-CM.
I got an urgent locate and destroy. He got his hands on some compromising information.
Give me a name.
The Gray Man.
We'll find somebody he loves and squeeze.
He's coming for us, isn't he?
If he can walk, then it'll be through those double doors.
What do you say, Six? You want to dance?
The
Gray Man, rated PG-13, only on Netflix.
The new Brown Sugar Cream Cold Brew keeps it calm, cool, and cold brewed all summer long. And it's topped with a brown sugar cold foam. Cold foam on a cold brew? That's double cool. Get any medium cold brew now for $3.
5 Hour Energy, because the open road is calling. And you'll need to feel alert and energized to go the distance. Go with 5 Hour Energy for every road trip.
Fans, stay tuned after the final out for the WB Mason Yankees postgame and get highlights, analysis, and complete player reaction from tonight's game against the Pirates, plus Aaron Boone on the manager's report. It's all coming up here on Yes. New pitcher for the Yankees is Aroldis Chapman, his third appearance since returning from the IL. Had a rough original one in Cleveland, a good one last night. Oh, Aaron Judge. He made this call to the bullpen. How about that? Aaron Judge answering the bullpen phone. His night is done. The Yankees will get him off his feet after that grand slam. Marwin Gonzalez goes in, plays left. And Aaron Hicks moves to center. Hyundai scoreboard. Yankees 10, Pirates nothing. The one real positive of last night's game was Chapman and the way he looked. He had a tough time in Cleveland his first outing back, but last night we saw the velocity back. Fastball looked really good. And Chapman retired the Pirates 1-2-3. Here another lower leverage situation. Aaron Boone wanted to find them in.
Well, there's no doubt that, you know, yesterday he was attacking the strike zone and
hit hard right to LeMahieu.
And it seems to me today like he's also attacking the strike zone. So, you know, this is a guy that's been around the league for many, many years and understand pitching. He understands that he had an injury. So coming back, probably he was trying to be too perfect in that outing in Cleveland. And yesterday, just a great day for him to bounce back. You know, Chapman, I see a guy that, you know, will continue to help the Yankees if the Yankees are planning to go deep in the playoff and maybe winning the World Series, right? Like Chapman is a valuable piece for Aaron Boone in the bullpen.
You know, I know from our museum hang last night, Carlos, that you have supreme confidence in Chapman bouncing back and finding it.
Yeah, I do, because, you know, he have done it. You know, this guy has pitched in playoff game. This guy has pitched in World Series. So this is a guy that have done it, you know, and you want to see success around the league, but at the same time, I'm always going to support the guys that have been there before, and they know how to deal with situations. So Chapman is just one of those guys.
1-1 here on Van Meter. And Meredith, I know you spoke with Chapman last night after that outing.
Well, Carlos, it's funny you say he looked different last night and he was attacking, because when I did speak to him in the clubhouse, he mentioned to me that mentality had changed. I asked him, was there anything different mechanically that he was doing? He said, no, nothing specific, just pitching, just executing pitches, and the mentality of going out there and attacking from the start was the difference. That's something that he did yesterday, and you mentioned you're seeing it again today. Then he went on to say the results were better, and he definitely gained a little confidence from that outing, because it had been a rough go. The first time back off the IL wasn't pretty, and even prior to going on the injured list, he had struggled with his control.
You know, a lot of times as a player, you get into bad habits, and sometimes you don't even know how you get into those bad habits. And in Chapman's case, you know, he always been a guy that's going to attack hitters. And probably, you know, he has fallen into a bad habit that he didn't notice. And, you know, now he just realized that he have to attack. He have to be the guy that he has been before. You know, the speed is there. So the slider is there. So he's been a closer for a long time, so he just like sometimes confidence goes away, but now seems like he just has found that.
It's another out there via the strikeout with a slider, so 2 up, 2 down for Chapman, who's got that really serious perspiration going tonight. Oh yeah, that's when you know Chapman's back.
And Carlos, you talked about the velocity. We saw triple digits a couple times last night. He threw 11 pitches in that outing. 7 of the 11 pitches were for strikes, 8 fastballs thrown, 5 of those for strikes. So leaning on that fastball a bit more. In his first appearance, we saw him go to that slider, didn't have a ton of confidence in that fastball.
People have been very focused on Chapman in the regard of closing, right? And whether or not he could still end up their closer with Holmes, who's been the best reliever in baseball this season. But whether he was pitching the 9th or not, this is someone who can be a real weapon in late game situations regardless, if he can find it again. Oh, wow. It is not that humid here anymore. Well, Chapman gets the job done again. Back-to-back 1, 2, 3 innings in these 2 games in Pittsburgh from Aroldis Chapman. A good sign for Chapman, a good sign for the Yankees.
Dreaming while awake?
Junk sleep.
Don't let junk sleep mess with your head.
Welcome to Mattress Firm.
During Mattress Firm's July 4th sale, save up to $500 when you get a king for the price of a queen, or a queen for a twin. Plus a free adjustable base with qualifying Sealy purchase.
Just go ahead and lift Yawn up.
You can't put a price on good sleep, but it's better on sale. Mattress Firm. Unjunk your sleep.
Cuervo on the rocks.
Introducing Tradicional Cristalino.
You're probably thinking that these two are in some sort of lover's quarrel. Well, they're not. She's redeeming rewards for matching jerseys. Twinsies!
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop banking. What would you like the power to do?
So I climbed into the cab and then I settled down inside. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. I've traveled, I've had my share, man. I've been everywhere.
When's that Prime Day? I need to know. I'll get some cold butter, some camping supplies. 'Cause Prime Day's coming up the 12th and 13th of July, baby.
Fans predict what will happen in the next half inning with Yes Pick and Play Live now on the Yes app. Place actions for free, earn coins, and climb the leaderboard for a chance to win prizes after the 3rd, 6th, and 9th inning. Play Yes Pick and Play Live now. Ryan Rucco, Carlos Beltran, Meredith Marakovitz with you. And we have a position player on the mound situation. Josh Van Meter, his 3rd career pitching appearance. All have come this season. 2nd time the Yankees have gotten a position player on the mound during this road trip. Also happened in Cleveland with Ernie Clement.
So you have done this 3 times?
Yes.
Wow. I played 20 years and I never got the chance to pitch.
Did you want to?
I mean, nobody really approached me to do it, but I would have loved to at least try it.
You were never in Tony Pena or Joe Girardi's ear or Willie Randolph saying, hey?
No, not really. Honestly, the only time that I was called to play third baseman at Yankee Stadium against Boston, I don't remember what happened that Joe Girardi went to Ichiro and said, Ichiro, get your glove, you go in the first. And Ichiro say, nope. I'm not going to first. So he said, Carlos, then you gotta go. So anyway, I ended up playing third base, wearing no cup, David Ortiz hitting. Oh, my goodness.
That was a scary moment for you.
Nerve-wracking for me. So much appreciation after that for infielders.
You didn't have a cup to go grab playing the infield there?
No cup, and then everything looks so fast. I mean, everything looks so close. I'm like, you know, God, please help me here. Like, make sure people hit the ball somewhere else.
You're playing first base on the outfield grass.
I mean, it was so tough, but.
Kiner Falefa has another hit. Back-to-back 3-hit games for IKF.
Well, just great signs by Kiner Falefa yesterday. He hit a ball so hard yesterday down the left field line for a double, squared the ball extremely well, and after that, seems like he found, you know, just that timing and just that rhythm as a hitter. Sometimes all you're looking for is just for one solid hit.
Higashioka flies that into left center, and that will be out number 1. As Clay Holmes throwing, Abreu as well. Maybe the Yankees want Clay Holmes to get a little work or just throw a pen here. LeMahieu smokes that to center field. That will get down for a base hit. A 3-hit night for DJ LeMahieu. It's nice, right, when the position player comes in and you can turn your 2-hit night into a 3-hit night?
You know what? Now thinking, I just don't even know if I face a position player when I play. I don't remember. I don't remember like going into a game like this one where I went to hit facing a position player.
Wow, really?
I don't remember.
Gonzalez rips that to right field. Yankees will go station to station.
It seems to me like they're hitting BP right now. They're like just taking a good swing, BP, getting fastball right down the middle.
One at a time. You saw the bullpen budget a moment ago. Part of the reason Holmes is up, he's thrown 2 pitches in the last week. Of course, the tricky aspect of that is, well, you use him today in a game you don't need him, and then all of a sudden you need him tomorrow, and now you don't have him for game 2 of the Red Sox series if you needed him again. But the man needs to get some work in. We'll see whether or not it ends up on the field during the game or just a bullpen. Hicks hitting from the right side against Van Meter, and you know what? I think it worked out for Aaron Hicks. That ball is gone. Second grand slam of the night for the Yankees. Hicks goes right on right, and he was right to do so.
Well, he went out there with an intention of doing that. I mean, home run, grand slam, not being able to play, finishing the night with 4 RBIs. Wow, that's so nice.
A double in the 8th, a grand slam in the 9th for Aaron Hicks.
I mean, and probably people would say, oh, well, you hit it against a position player. I said, man, you know what? I hit a grand slam. You had to hit it out of the ballpark.
Now Stanton launches one. That ball is gone. It's a derby at PNC. Stanton with his 21st of the year. And it's 15-0.
I mean, Van Meter is just throwing the ball right down the middle. Giancarlo Stanton just murdered this ball to right center. Van Meter is not trying to trick anyone right now. He just throwing the ball right down the middle.
Second time tonight, the Yankees have gone back-to-back. Donaldson and Gallo did it in the 6th. poor Van Meter is in there to eat up an inning, and he is giving up hit after hit. Even that's going to fall in. Torres with his second hit of the night. So you don't think you ever faced a position player?
I don't remember. Honestly, I was trying to find out like how many times I was in that situation, and I just can't remember.
Donaldson, could it be 2, 5, 4? Donaldson safe. Six home runs tonight for the Yankees, ties their most this season with June 11th against the Cubs. You know, Paul O'Neill was talking about the other day when Clement came into pitch, how as a hitter, it's sort of a no-win proposition because it's like you're supposed to do damage against this position player, right? So there's almost this pressure on you when you get up there to
try to do too much.
Yeah, or it's embarrassing if you don't, right?
Yeah, you're right.
But IKF, LeMahieu, Gonzalez, all line singles. Then Hicks crushed a grand slam. Stanton, a laser to right center. That went out. Gallo has walked and homered tonight. Two and 2 on Gallo.
Seems like he's pitching now to Gallo.
Yeah.
He's throwing up and down.
Gallo's like, wait, why don't I get what these other guys
Exactly.
got?
Like, what are you trying to do, man?
The 3-2. And Gallo works a walk. And the Yankees have batted around for a second straight inning. Falefa already with 3 hits tonight, including 1 in this inning. And you know what? He has another. A 4-hit night for IKF as he lines a single to right. Seventh hit of the inning for the Yankees off of second baseman Josh Van Meter. And here is Higgy, who flew out to left against Van Meter. Well, see, now there's a lot of pressure on Higgy, right? You don't want to make 2 outs in the same inning against a position player.
Higgy have to be thinking grand slam right here. He's got to be thinking grand slam.
Ooh, swing and a miss. Took a little something off that. Higashioka lines a base hit to center field. Yankees will go station to station. 8th hit of the inning. An RBI single for Higgy, and it's 16-0. So LeMahieu already has a hit this inning. He has 3 on the night, and that should finally end it. Cruz goes the short way, but the Yankees add 6 more. They have 11 runs between the 8th and 9th innings. It's 16-0.
Dear Exit Strategy, all your pieces are in place. A tranquil lake, a serene sky, an emerald forest. a secret hideout. Thanks for being there, just when I need you most. Always Toyota SUVs.
Get 1.9% APR financing for a full 48 months on the fuel-efficient RAV4 or RAV4 Hybrid. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Miller Lite has more taste and only 1 more calorie than Michelob Ultra.
We're celebrating 50 years of Popeye's Signature Chicken with a deal you'll love. Now for just $6.99, takes 50 years of crunchy, juicy chicken we've been serving since 1972. Get the 5-piece while you can for just $6.99.
I didn't win the lawsuit, but everybody knows I wrote that song.
Flo? Gosh, it's been forever. You look fantastic. It's John. Ham, from the blind date we went on years ago?
Ah, the struggling actor who didn't believe he could save his snapshot based on how and how much he drives.
I'd love to talk about it over dinner sometime.
Well, I usually don't talk on the phone during dinner, but for potential customer Tom Ham, I will make an exception.
Oh, boy.
Let's take a look at the Chevy play of the game, Carlos. Came off the bat of Aaron Judge.
Well, grand slam, basically to open the game. Aaron Judge has been so productive this year for the Yankees.
It was 5-0. After that swing, it was 9. Albert Abreu takes over now for the Yankees in the ninth with a 16-0 lead. We started the telecast tonight talking about all the Yankees hitters who recently had been struggling. So many of them in funks. Well, a lot of them just had more hits tonight than they've had in the last week. Everybody broke out. Every Yankee with a hit this game after Stanton's home run in the ninth off of Van Meter. The only Yankee who has played and not reached base twice was Carpenter, and then Gonzalez only got 1 at bat.
Yes. I mean, just a great timing to get hot, right?
Yeah. You go into Fenway with some confidence. And obviously some of this damage was just done against Van Meter, but 10 runs before he came in. And I guess for Holmes, Carlos, it was just throwing a pen out there with the lack of work he's had this week. As Abreu comes in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like sometimes guys in the bullpen, you know, you have to throw, you have to make sure that you keep your arm and your mind into, you know, situation that you might encounter. So Clay Holmes being able to have the day off today, but there's no doubt that he will be used in Boston.
3-1 here. Three and 2. Ball 4. I got to tell you, Carlos, Michael was 100% right. Your handwriting is immaculate.
Well, I try.
It's beautiful. I know you guys showed your scorecard a few times ago when you were in the booth with Michael, and Kay was also amazed at your penmanship. It is a thing of beauty.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man. I try.
Yeah. Do the kids at the Beltron Academy in Puerto Rico have to write like you, Carlos?
Oh, no, man. Writing is so unique. I think everyone has a different way. I'm looking at your notes, and I can barely understand what are you writing there, but
I can barely understand what I'm writing.
I see it. I see you going through the notes, and I'm like, man, like this guy, like, you know, he knows what he's writing down. So,
yeah.
But you know what? Everyone is unique. Everyone has a way to write, and at least in my case, I take my time. The same thing happened with autograph.
Yeah? Is your autograph a thing of beauty?
I take my time. I try to do it in a way where when the fans take it home, at least they can read it. Oh, I got this guy. Sometimes, you know, you ask players for autograph, and you just don't know.
Right.
You know how many baseball I have in my house that I don't know who those guys are?
You have no idea who the signature is.
No chance.
You know what I'm going to do, Carlos, so that people can see your beautiful signature? When we're done here, as Sawinski strikes out, I'm going to have you, if you're amenable to it, of course, autograph my scorecard. And I'll put it up on my Instagram just so people can see how beautiful your penmanship is. Thank you. For anyone who missed Michael going through your scorecard, probably the most flawless autograph signature I've ever seen in my life comes from Mariano Rivera.
Yes, very nice too. Roberto Alomar, Sandy Alomar. I mean, I had a ball for Ohtani.
Yeah.
That he signed, and I mean, I don't know what he did on that ball. I mean, he just went across like, I don't know what he did. I mean, but it says Ohtani. It's Ohtani's baseball.
It's funny how you can look through your collection and say, wait, who is this again? Who signed this?
Sometimes people come to, you know, the house and they ask me, hey, who's this ball for and who signed this baseball? I say, my friend, I don't know. I don't know.
Foul back, still 0-2. This could do it. 3, 6. No. Chavis reaches. 2 out. Take a look at the probables for tomorrow. Josh Winkowski goes for the Red Sox, who have a lot of injuries right now in their rotation. And Garrett Cole head back to Fenway for the first time since that wild card game start. That's tomorrow night on Yes. Yankees 1 out away from a split here in Pittsburgh. And from heading to the final city of this 4-city, 11-day, 10-game road trip. And now a strike away. The Yankees fans in attendance rise and cheer. The 0-2 will not be thrown. The 0-2. Misses 1-2.
What a way to start the series, right? Going there with your ace, Garrett Cole, who's has really turned his season around.
Yankees will head to Boston fresh off 16 runs, and with Cole on the mound, what you know is going to be a charged up Fenway Park. That guy knows. The 1-2. He went around, ball game. Yankees salvage a split in Pittsburgh with an emphatic 16-0 win over the Pirates.
Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I want to be a part of it. New York, New York. These vagabond shoes are longing to stray right through the very heart of it. New York, New York. I want to wake up in a city that doesn't sleep and find I'm king of the hill, top of the heap. These little town blues are melting away. I'll make a brand new start of it in old New York. If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York. That never sleeps and find I'm day number one, top of the list, king of the hills, number one. These little town blues, oh, melting. Start of it in old New York, and if I can make it there, I'm gonna make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York. Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I want to be a part of it. New York, New York. These vagabond are longing to stray right in a city that never sleeps. And fine, I'm a number one, top of the list, king of the hill, a number one. These little town blues, oh, melting away. I'm gonna make a brand new start of it in old New York. And if I can't make it there, I'm gonna make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New
Yankees are hoping they can build on that. But you're right about Sacramento, 6 scoreless innings, and as wonderful as exciting as it is to score 16 runs, if you're looking ahead toward October and wondering who Severino is going to be for the Yankees, tonight was another example of who he can be. Mostly using his four-seam fastball and a slider, he was terrific for the Yankees.
I'm leaving today.
Tonight. They've had a hard time getting some offense
I
going
want to be a part of it. New York, New York.
Maybe it's going to be
These vagabonds
just said, let me do my thing, and then
are longing to stray
and the way he was able to quiet the
right through the very heart of it. New York, New York. I want to wake up in a city that doesn't sleep and find I'm king of the hill, top of the heap. These little towns
within 10 pitches, Severino
are melting away.
He gets Hayes to chase the car.
I'll make a brand new start of it in old New York. If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York. Never sleeps and find I'm a number one, top of the list, king of the hill, a number one. These little town blues, oh, melting away. I'm gonna make a brand new start of it in old New York. And if I can't make it there, I'm gonna make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York. spreading the news.
He's able to go deep.
I'm leaving today.
He takes that fastball out to
I
center
want
field.
to be a part of it. New York, New York. These vagabond shoes are longing to stray right through the very heart of it. New York, New York. I want to wake up in a city that doesn't sleep and find I'm king of the hill, top of the heap. These little town blues
The ninth inning shouldn't take away how strong
are melting away. I'll make a brand new start of it in old New York. If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York. Never sleeps and find I'm a number one, top of the list, king of the hill, a number one. These little town blues are melting away. I'm gonna make a brand new start of it in old New York. And if I can make it there, I'm gonna make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York, New
Box score. It is just littered with hits against 1 and 2. Targeted 7 rookies have multiple victories. Aaron Judge among those. Stanton, Josh Donaldson, Joey Gallo, all contributing.
Start spreading the
Big
news.
need right there at the bottom. Last night he had 3 hits.
I'm
Tonight,
leaving
4.
today.
So, a lot of good things happening for the
I
offense.
want to be a part of it. New York, New York. These vagabond shoes
Taking both Judge, Donaldson,
are longing to stray
about this on our pregame about
right through the very heart of it. New York, New York. I want to wake up in a city that doesn't sleep and find I'm king of the hill.
through the middle with the infield in. 2 important runs. Keller had shut them down to that point, but that single helped the Yankees exhale. They got a couple of home runs in the next inning, and then, of course, they piled on with 11 runs in the 8th and 9th inning. This is the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's not the Houston Astros or the Boston Red Sox, but the approach was what the Yankees should focus on. Their offensive approach was so much better. They made sure that they swung at strikes, and as you said, Bob, hit the ball to the middle, hit the ball to the other way. And because they are the Yankees, hit the ball over the fence when you can, and that is usually a prescription for victory. Even though both home runs came late in the game, so this stat may not be as valid tonight as it is on other nights. The Yankees now 26-1 when Stanton and Judge both homer in a game in their careers. That includes 10-0 this year.
We are going to take a break, but we have a lot more coming up here on the W.B. Mason postgame. Yankees winning it 16-0. They get back in the win column. We'll hear from Aaron Boone about that. A lot more on Severino's terrific start tonight. We'll hear from him as well. And then coming up, 4 games over the weekend in Boston against the Red Sox. Jack and I will break that down as well when we continue right after this.
The Yankees postgame show on Yes is presented by W.B. Mason. Who but W.B. Mason delivers shipping and packaging, food service, and janitorial supplies at amazingly low prices.
Get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $500 purchase allowance on a 2022 Cadillac XT4, XT5, and XT6. Visit your local Cadillac dealer today.
Sunshine on my shoulder makes me happy. If I had a day that I could give you, I'd give to you a day just like today.
Mama, growing up, you were so good to me. You worked hard to save for my future. So now, I want to thank you. I started investing with Vanguard to help take care of you, like you took care of me. Te quiero, Mama.
Only at Vanguard, you're more than just an investor. You're an owner, helping you take care of the ones you love. That's the value of ownership.
Don't worry about it. This one's on me.
No. I got the next round.
Well, so you rich now?
No, he's not rich. He's happy hour rich.
That 3 to 6 p.m. rich?
3 to 6 bucks rich. You guys got jokes. He's 3 to 6 balling.
Hey, Mr. 36, your driver parked outside?
This guy thinks he's funny. We'll split the check, right?
Did you know that Febreze Air Effects uses 100% natural propellant? Cheaper aerosols use artificial propellants. That's why Febreze works differently. Plus, it eliminates odors with a water-based formula and no dyes. For freshness you'll enjoy.
The Yankees postgame show on Yes is brought to you in part by Audi. Experience a fully electric Audi vehicle at your local tri-state Audi dealer today.
With their business finished in Pittsburgh, the Yankees are heading to Boston, the final stop on their road trip. They'll open a 4-game series against the Red Sox tomorrow night. Coverage starts on Yes and the Yes app at 6 o'clock with the batting practice show, followed by the pregame at 6:30 and first pitch a little after 7 o'clock. Garrett Cole will make the start for the Yanks. Will the Yanks take a 16-0 win into Boston? Let's hear from Aaron Boone about the win.
And we asked you before the game about the offense and a little bit of a rut that they had been in. Clearly not the case tonight. What do you think allowed them to click?
Yeah, a lot of good at bats. You know, even when we had 2 after 4. You know, I felt like we were giving ourselves a lot of chances. And even at that point, hadn't really broke through yet. But I felt like the at bats were really good. We had a number of hits, and then obviously they broke out in a big way. And just a great night for the offense, obviously, and good to see everyone kind of get involved as we get on that bird tonight.
You talk about everyone getting involved. Donaldson and Gallo in particular had really been going through a little bit of a rough patch. What was different aside from the results about their at-bats tonight?
I don't know. I feel like JD's been right there this whole time. Just he's just missed some pitches, and I feel like he's been scratching the surface of kind of what we saw tonight. Joey, he has a big walk there to start the rally, and then the back-to-back was just got on time with it. Was short with his stroke, and that's what the result can be when he's short. But I like he started the first rally with that walk and kind of got us rolling.
Aaron Judge has 30 home runs, and we're not even at the All-Star break. When you hear that number, just what do you think? think?
Yeah, I turned to Mendy about an inning later. I said, he's got 30 homers. Yeah, it's hard for me to relate to that. So it's been pretty impressive. Whatever, halfway in here, the kind of baseball he's playing, and obviously the power's been right there.
How would you say Severino did? He looked to throw so easily. It looked like he was just...
Yeah, I thought he had a little bit of everything tonight. Really in control. The weather broke and kind of seemed like it cooled off, but it was still real humid. So I thought he did a good job navigating that, but I thought he had a little bit of everything. I thought he used his changeup, his different breaks on his slider, and I thought he had a good fastball tonight, but, commanded everything, and, he certainly set the tone for us tonight.
Gleyber okay? Looked like he was after he stayed in the game, but shaking his wrist after that.
Yeah.
Slide and stuff.
He's okay. Yeah.
Any update on Rizzo?
No, other than, at about game time, after he'd been through some things, I talked to him a little bit, and he definitely felt better, but, we'll see how he is tomorrow. I wouldn't expect him in there tomorrow, but definitely feel like, he moved the needle today.
Aaron, why did you feel you needed to use Chapman there today?
I just wanted to get him back out there. I thought yesterday was a really, really good day for him and a good outing for him, and wanted to build on it. And felt like that was the right time to get him in there. He wasn't throwing as hard tonight, but he was throwing the ball where he wanted to. And so another good, clean inning for him. Hopefully just continue to build momentum with him.
So Aaron Boone addressing a variety of hitters. Donaldson, Gallo obviously popped to mind because they had the first 2 home runs of the game. But the other guy that he talked about there was Aaron Boone. Late in the game, the grand slam, so he had 4 more runs batted in and home run number 30.
We watch it every day, and as the numbers pile up, I do think we need to pause and remind ourselves what we're watching with Aaron Judge right now. The Yankees have played 82 games. He has 30 home runs, so if you prorate that across a full season, he would hit 59.3 home runs. He can't hit .3 of a home run, so we'll give him 59. But, Bob, if you flash back to his first at-bat in this game, he struck out on 3 pitches. Keller broke off a nice slider. He struck out. And then after that, it was as if Aaron Judge was locked in for the rest of the game. Every at-bat after that was a terrific at-bat. And we're going to see the grand slam. That's not the worst pitch for Manny Banuelos. It's a sinker that he tried to get inside on Judge. He just didn't get it inside enough. But I talked about that first inning strikeout. After that, Judge just seemed to be back to the Judge who has dominated all season long. So he was 5 for 39 coming into tonight. Hadn't had a home run in 5 games. Even Superman has to have a lull every once in a while. But what Judge did in his subsequent at-bats was just a reminder of how important he is to the Yankees. And when Meredith asked him what stood out, of course, he's never going to say anything individually or personally. He talked about how many wins the Yankees have. All right, we're going to take another break. We got a lot more coming up. Full game highlights, more reaction. We'll hear from Luis Severino and more as the Yankees swing away. A 6-home run, 22-hit attack, and a 16-0 victory over the Pirates. See you back here after this.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Minions are biting today.
Minions, The Rise of Gru. Only in theaters.
Order from the Sonic app for a slush, tots, and free cheeseburger.
I'm on the slush.
Making the cheeseburger. Order ready.
Sonic Rewards. Get a free cheeseburger with any app purchase.
And it's Liberty Bell closest to the rail. Around the back turn, and here's a horse and jump. Maverick is moving up the outside. And they're into the stretch. It's Maverick coming down to the 8th hole.
Add drama to every drive. The exhilarating Audi SUV family.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop.
And we're the Antonellis.
Do good, eat good.
That's our mission.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because it gives us unlimited 2% cash back on everything we buy.
And it has no preset spending limit, so our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. We use our 2% cash back to help cover our employees' healthcare costs.
And that's how we take care of our most valuable asset.
Our people. It may sound cheesy,
But we like it that way. What's in your wallet?
So I climbed into the cab and then I settled down inside. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. I've traveled, I've had my share, man. I've been everywhere.
The new Brown Sugar Cream Cold Brew keeps it calm, cool, and cold brewed all summer long. And it's topped with a brown sugar cold foam. Cold foam on a cold brew? That's double cool. Get any medium cold brew now for $3.
Late night Thursday, the Yes app will have exclusive coverage of WNBA basketball All-Stars Natasha Howard and Sabrina Ionescu as they lead the New York Liberty up against Phoenix Mercury, with coverage starting on the app at 10 o'clock. It will be a return to the desert for Liberty head coach Sandy Brondello, who coached Phoenix from its championship season of 2014 through last year. All right, let's get to our game, the game 2 of the series between the Yanks and the Pirates. Luis Severino with that early jam, 2 on and 2 outs in the first, but Yoshi Tsutsugo will ground the first pitch to DJ LeMahieu, who was a busy man over there tonight at first. Severino got out of the jam, and then second inning, some more nice defense here.
Yeah, O'Neal Cruz hits this one to the left side. Third baseman Josh Donaldson, the only fielder on that side. He's near shortstop. He makes the play. Severino gives him a hand.
Early chance for the Yanks here now, Jack. 2 on, 1 out for Matt Carpenter.
Yeah, Carpenter in the lineup today, but he rolls over this one. It's going to result in a 4-6-3 double play, so the Yankees are out of the inning.
They had a couple of those early. They zeros on the board. Severino settling in. Tsutsugo in the fourth. Shot to shallow right. That's a nice little spin play by Gleyber Torres in the shift to end the inning. So let's take it to the fifth now for our turning point of the game, brought to you by Montefiore Einstein. And still a scoreless game. Joey Gallo leading off the inning, and he's going to work a walk on 3-2. The pitch from Keller nowhere near, and that put the Yankees offense in motion.
Yeah, Kiner Falefa is the next batter, and with Gallo moving, look where he hits it. Cruz was going towards second to cover. Kiner Falefa hits it into a perfect spot. Excellent execution, and with 2 runners in scoring position, LeMahieu, you take that sinker right back through the middle. With the infield in, it is able to get into center field. The Yankees have a 2-0 lead.
And they were set up to do some more damage. Next man up is Aaron Judge, and he will drive one to deep right center field. Now, Brian Reynolds not sure what happened here. He tracked it, but he couldn't get it. However, they recovered defensively, and LeMahieu was trying to score.
Yeah, LeMahieu, this is probably a risky send because when you see the exchange and the relays, LeMahieu is out at the plate. Yankees wondered if perhaps they should challenge. They didn't, and there was no challenging this from Pittsburgh's side. We go to the 6th now, the 1-1 curveball that Donaldson destroys, giving the Yankees a 3-0 lead.
And then the very next batter, and they're hoping that this is something he can latch on to. Joey Gallo punishing that one out to right.
He got to that 4-seam fastball. Keller had struck him out earlier in the game by going up the ladder with 4-seamers. Didn't go up high enough. Gallo jumped on it. 426-foot shot, his 10th of the season. 4-0 Yanks.
And then Kyle Higashioka's been trying to get stuff going. More in the 7th inning, dead center field into the berm and center. His 5th of the year and 3rd of the game for the Yanks. Yankees up 5, and then as we know late, they just started teeing off, and it was Judge again